And welcome here, everyone, to another day of the NACE Star League of Legends bracket. Very, very excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, Shen, and we'll be bringing you through the quarterfinals. Exciting times here as we have our top 8 ready to go with a chance for one or two of the four teams here tonight to make it on into the semifinals and have a chance at the grand finals at the end of the day. Once again, I'm very, very excited to be here. Shen, how you feeling?
Oh my god, I'm doing amazing. It's finally playoffs time, Orbital 2023 Spring NACE Star League. We have our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Maryville University, who is 7-0 undefeated in NACE, with a lineup of Zeus, Tony Top Niles, MU The Odd Orange, Get Back, MU Scary Jerry, and Zyko.
Yep, these are well-known names inside of the collegiate scene, and I'm very, very excited to see what they can do. Again, these are teams that are very much slated to make it to the grand finals. These are two teams that are looking so good that it's crazy. Again, it was almost a coin flip on who was going to get first and second seed, but Maryville are considered second. On the other side, it is Stony Brook University, Ray Leon, Duality, LaFlame, Flacco, Joker, and Harrowbot. We'll be rounding out that roster, sitting at a 4-3, and you know what? A team is able to do just about anything. Let's see if they can make a comeback happen, as we are already into draft. These teams are raring to go as we see Shen banned away by Maryville University.
Oh no, time is going to be left on the table. They're going to use all the time that we have for the League of Legends games tonight. 2 best of 3, starting off with that Maryville University and Sunny on the red side. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Gosh, to be able to see 2 teams that have been undefeated, like Maryville, like we have St. Clair Saints, it's just incredible. And as you said, what was it to make it for a first seed or a second seed? The individual game score, the individual kills in these games, and whatever was the tiebreaker. But we are here in the draft. We are finishing off these first round of bans. Maryville going for the Shen, Silence, and Renekton. And on the other side, Sunny goes for the Jarvan, the Varus, which you have been talking about recently, right, Orbital? And the last ban is still coming to the table.
Of course, and yeah, Varus has been one that's been very, very stalwart, a champion that is very versatile in the bot side. However, there has been inkling that AD is out and AP is in, and not AP Varus. There might be some silly stuff, at least in solo queue there is. Jay's still banned away, though. This one has been reigning supreme inside of the collegiate scene. Just don't want to deal with it. Because of it, you leave open quite a few different options. Wukong, Gragas, and Gragas is going to be snapped up, flexed in whichever direction they wish.
Yes, they have finished it up, and the first picks have gone to the table already. It's the Gragas for Maryville being on the blue side, and Sunny says, well, you get something else that's not Xayah or Rakan. We are picking them both.
It's going to be very, very nice, and that's what you leave open. Again, Stony Brook University, they understand the strength of these 2 champions, but the way to deal with that is you bring out the range. You keep them at arm's length and a half. So that is going to be a reach with Caitlyn, but this is another way to deal with it. The Rakan that'll be coming in will be very, very susceptible to some scary moments. And that's a very aggressive composition. Maryville University really setting themselves up for that pinch and kill. Sunny have got to be aware of this. Now you got to start drafting maybe a little bit more engaged to help round out that front line.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a jungler here coming up for Sunny. Still 5 seconds left to go. Let's talk a little bit about this bot lane for Maryville, shall we? The Jinx and the Blitzcrank, because on the other side you have the Lovers. We know they work well. They are literally designed to work well together. So let's focus on the other side. The Jinx is going to require so much heal, so much protection. It's a hyper carry, super immobile. So with the Blitzcrank, you're going to grant some protection. He is bulky. He has a big hitbox, so it's going to be able to at least block some of those abilities. For example, the Charm coming out for the Ahri is going to be the mid laner for Sunny. And with that, you allow Maryville to be able to have a more stable and safe early game so that you can get the Jinx to the mid and late stages of the game and eventually carry it out for victory.
It's going to be that little bit of a process there, and I love the fact that you identified that, again, Blitzcrank is going to be that big body. With the Sion being banned away as well, Maryville understood that big body of Blitzcrank will be a problem, and they don't want to give Stony Brook University any sort of chance. You can also see access to the back line. They do not want to let Maryville have that. The LeBlanc and Lissandra are 2 great targets to be able to pick up and use as divergence, as the way to get access to Xayah, as a way to get to that Ahri. Again, figuring out that that top side is the main point of focus. Maryville University ensuring that they get a solid matchup up there.
I wouldn't mind to see something more AD based in the mid lane, like a Yone, like a Yasuo maybe, something that can go into the back line and do quite a lot of damage. The first pick for the second round is going to be Sunny with a Malphite saying, well, whatever this Jinx is on the map, I am going unstoppable force on them.
I like it. Again, you were banning out the Scion and the Cassante still to try and deny this, and then they just pick up the Malphite, one that has been creeping into the echelons of A+ tier, and now Maryville are still going for that divergent action, the stay away tactic, the Wukong being there to slow down the advances of the Rakan, the Ahri, the Xayah, and then Talia as well. Stone for stone, an eye for an eye. Throw them all you like. Talia will be locked in to deny the dashes, the rushes, and the unstoppable force that Stony Brook University are going to try and bring.
I am very interested here what's going to be exactly the lineup, because so far we know that Jinx and Blitzcrank are bot lane. The rest could 100% be interchangeable, but we have seen quite a lot of Gragas in the mid lane recently, actually in the top lane. Oh, actually, we have seen even in the bot lane, these are so interchangeable. I would say that Talia would either be mid or the jungle. Both of them, Wukong and Gragas, can switch between top lane. Either way, as you said, it's a composition that can get into the back line and really make things happen.
It's scary, right? And both teams do have that, but there is a clearly defined line right now. Maryville University, they may have access to the back line by drawing the opponent to them. They still are a little bit more defensive, because you take a look at what Sunny have. Sunny Stonebrook University, SPU are currently hard locked on just go forward. You look down the entire champion line, there is not a single champion that is sitting there going, I don't want to go in, except for Xayah. Even Xayah is still, I'm going to go up there, I want to get the feathers close to you. But their entire composition hinges on we find that Jinx, we kill them, or maybe we find the Talia. I mean, with these two definitions laid out, which one are you favoring here, Self-Chan?
Oh, that is very difficult. As you said, I think both teams have so much to bring to the table. I think that Sunny, with a composition that has so much engaged, can deny the Jinx in the blink of an eye. That could be definitely that focus, as you said there, Orbital. On the other side, you have a composition that can try to get some engages while also being versatile in regards to protecting the Jinx and maintaining good scaling for her. I would say if I was the Jinx, I would be very scared of the Vi Malphite area. Oh my god, the I would be, yeah, everything. They chose everything. All right, I'm just gonna choose one. I'm gonna give it to Sunny, given that they are the lower seed in this quarterfinal. So we love a little underdog moment.
All right, well, there you go. Because Self-Chan has already caster cursed Sunny's side, we are going to go ahead and take a look at what else they can do now. No caster curse here. I am excited about the composition. I do agree. So I'm very excited to see what they can do here. So please do not go anywhere. Nace Star League will be right back in just a few with some awesome Game 1 action. And we are back, ready to go. Action is abound as these two teams are about to hit the rift. And again, very straightforward, one-dimensional composition coming out of Sunny. You can see it there. It is by far the most go forward, leave nothing to chance. That's really all it is.
Well, if they can make it work, that's going to be devastating, especially you are fighting against the second seed of the playoffs. That's going to be a tough match. Maryville has been 7-0 all throughout the Naystar League Spring 2023 for League of Legends, and with a composition that looks to have Jinx as their carry, damage coming from Wukong and Talia as well. Gragas is gonna enable with a Cyclone from Wukong alongside Blitzcrank. Is gonna get things going so this Jinx can do her job in the late stages, but we'll see if Sunny is going to allow them to get into a late game.
Yeah, I would hold on to that one as well. I think Sunny, they also are having the same issue of they need to hit level 6 to really get online. Actually, from the early get-go, I would actually give Maryville a little bit more power. That Blitzcrank brings so much value at the start. You get one hook, and all of a sudden, you know, that Vi could be dead, the Ahri could be dead, the Rakan could even be dead, Zaya could be dead. There's so many possible combinations here, so I'm very excited to see what they can do. As you said, the Wukong is going to be very, very frustrating, and we got to wait and see exactly where those lanes go. That is one of the things that we were positing is, where does the Wukong go? Where does the Talia go? What works best? I would say the Wukong should go in the jungle, but it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. I agree, Talia must be the one to go in the mid lane, but it's very evident that if Maryville can turn things on its head before level 6, then Sunny might be in for a more difficult mid stage. Is she said they need a level 6, and on the other hand, Wukong is good in the early game. The Blitzcrank with the hooks is going to be amazing. The Talia is very safe in the mid lane as well, and Ahri can't really do much until she has her ulti as well. It's definitely a matter of how the first 5-10 minutes are gonna go. You get your level 6, and we see if SPU can get things online for them.
And with that, we are onto the rift here, getting into game number 1 here. Maryville rounding out on that blue side of the map, and then of course SPU over there on the red. They're going to be trying to have a blast here and making sure that they are lined up. But of course, we know what a Blitzcrank loves to do. First, it is the one, the only invade to be an absolute pain in the backside. Oh boy, this is Joker's got to run. Yep, there's a flash. Oh no, you didn't flash in time. We all saw it. But Joker was unfortunately just said, kill given over to get back.
Well, at this point, it was either dodge or waste your flash. You still have your flash for Joker, so I think that's okay. Who got the first blood here? It was the mid lane for Talia, so not bad, not bad. Not having that on the hands of the support is going to be much more valuable, and confirming that it's going to be the Gragas on the top side, the Wukong in the jungle, and Talia mid.
Such a chance, and I know you were saying, hey, you know what? You still have your flash and all. You still gave 300 plus some extra over to the side of Get Back. Get Back is now rolling into the mid lane with an extensive lead. You can see down there, starting with the tier early as well as the Doran's Ring. That is a massive increase in value over just, you know, La Flame sitting there with the Corrupting Potion. It's going to feel so good for Get Back in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's gonna feel very nice for them, especially Talia having that stopwatch coming from the runes as well. She has the potions, she has the pulverizers, so basically she has everything to keep this lane under control. The eyes are definitely here on the bot lane, where the level 1 and level 2 advantages are going for Zyko and Scary Jerry.
It has been quite nice, but at the same time, Harrowbot and Joker, they're still waiting to hit that level 2 breakpoint and then be able to engage back and forth, because as soon as Harrowbot dances in, it will be quite dangerous. So all eyes are there, and they're dancing for that level 2 difference. And the top side as well, everyone, as soon as they hit those early levels, they're willing to fight. Ooh. Even in this mid lane. La Flame and Get Back, these are mages that definitely need level 3 to really have kill threat, and yet even with auto attack trades, they're doing so much work.
They really are. You had a lot coming out from Get Back in the mid lane. You don't expect Talia as well to do that much damage in the beginning. At least the Ahri has to come back with a true damage on her Q. So if that hits, that's going to be more advantageous every single time in regards to those early traits. But it worked out pretty well. You're forcing now your enemy Ahri to use the Corrupted Potion, to use the Biscuit. And we have eyes on both junglers meeting each other here on the bottom side of the jungle.
Even though they're meeting, take a look at what Duality is. Currently on their own campsite, and that means Odd Orange has so much value. But again, that's going to be the hook. That's going to be the root. That's going to be the kill. That's just simple. Now they turn on Duality. This is disaster striking on the bot side. You even flash Duality. Can't do much. Now Joker is going to get jumped on. That is just a clean kill pickup as they make it a triple on a Scary Jerry. Not a single summoner spell expended by that Jinx.
Oh Lord, you are seeing Maryville do exactly what they know to be doing. Be the 7-0 undefeated monsters of a team that they are. And with that, they have an early Jinx that we thought might need the mid game, the late game to be able to come online. She's already got a 300 gold bounty to her name, and 4 kill participations over double of the CS. So you have seen on the screen here, audience, that Zyko, with the pressure that our Blitzcrank can afford, is just making things happen.
And not just that, Odd Orange being in that top side of the jungle now means that Duality is currently being tracked over and over again. You can't get out either. LaFlame is going to try and help, but that's a flash into the wall, meaning Duality is still dead. Odd Orange now rules on the jungle side. This is now disaster across the mid to bottom side, and now in the jungle, the only one that is yet to break open a massive kill is going to be Zeus turning top nows.
Things are starting to look a little worrying for SBU as every lane advantage. Oh, they're going to engage here once again in the bot lane, but they still have things covered with the Rakan shield and the reposition.
It's gotten ridiculous, and now taking a look once again on this bot side, that's a flash out. Because right now, Duality is looking on this top side. This is no mana on Ray. Duality has full stacks but no flash. Zeus does have flash in the back pocket. But you say I'm fine. Takes a little bit of a bop. But now there's a hook on the bot side. This is a chance. The root, the chompers deal so much damage. Even with the ignite, you can't do much. The final zap takes it. And this bot lane is done. Even after that triple, it was going to be rough. But this double really seals the deal.
It's a 5-0-1 Jinx at 5 minutes into the game. It's more kill participation than time in the game orbital. And Maryville are saying that this is going to be how the game rolls. They are setting the pace, and Zyko being here in the mid lane is definitely going to prove the same. If they plan to push forward, well, they definitely better be careful. It's just going to be a reset. And for now, they have control over the blue side, the blue buff side of the red jungle. There you go. And with that, they can just do such an easy first streak.
It's going to be so simple for them, and that's why you actually see Ray trying to roam out and get information down. They know that they've lost the initial individual lanes, so they need to start keeping track of Odd Orange. Rayleon has been a little bit of a proprietary member, just been kind of sitting up there in the top side, has yet to really find an option out, has used TP to get back in the lane. So this Malphite is yet to be a massive force to be dealing with, especially with some of the aggression now. Zyko completely unleashed from this bot lane. It's going to be a menace. The entire team of Maryville is now going to start collapsing on other sides of the map. You can see it there. A perfectly set up gank to the mid lane yields another kill.
Yeah, and you can see the confidence as well from the whole team. This Jinx just going 1v2. They saw the Vi as well. It was a 1v3, and they still felt confident enough to go forward. And they definitely can. They have the advantage on the levels. It's only Duality on level 5, Joker's level 4, Hyrobot on level yeah, both of them level 4. They were level 3 up until the very last second. And with that, they just have everything to dominate this early game.
Not just dominate, to take a lovely stroll on their end. Like, this is a domination with a side of fancy on it. They can do whatever they want. Look at this on the top side. Rayleon is trying to batter Zeus off and just can't do it. You can't stop Zeus from fighting and taking more and more plates. What you are going to see is Duality try and make another stop on this bot side. You saw the jungle pathing, and it's going to be a chance. This is a 2v3. Level 5s on both Scary Jerry and Zyko, and they're going to be fine. Duality trying a 3v2 to do something.
Now they did get something to happen there. Oh, actually try to get something to happen. Top lane though is going to be different with the flash coming out from Ray Leon, showing that, as you said, Zeus, Tony had everything under control. Mid lane is going to be another 1v1 happening again, Orbital. Nobody goes down yet, but still a lot of pressure coming from both teams.
Yeah, the kills may only be contained in the bot lane, but that does not mean the threat is any less potent. These squads are just giving us a grand old show, and for Maryville, this is a little bit of a statement, right? Coming in as the second seed, they want to show off that they can play unorthodox levels as well, that they can be annoying, that they can be frustrating, and that they're also up for the challenge. St. Clair Saints, we're going to see them later on in the evening, but it's a statement match. They want to say that they are the team to be feared, they are the team to worry about. And Maryville are going to continue again, 8-0 right now, have yet to drop a single tower, a single champion death, a single anything really, as Odd Orange even is now starting to catch Duality once again. The reads, even with double pink wards, is so difficult to contend with.
Yeah, we can see that this game doesn't have the abundance of wards that we have seen earlier in Nace. Oh, mid lane is gonna be La Flame going down. What a snipe from downtown. Scary Jerry getting the 6th kill of the game.
Such a ridiculous play, and now we're gonna see a chance come out here. Zeus getting some help from his jungler, and it looks like they're gonna body block their way to victory. Zeus, that is bodyguard duty. Odd Orange said, not today. My top laner is safe. Ray Leon may have enough for a single shard, but not enough, and not enough quick hands. That'll be 2 on the top side, 1 in the mid, and destruction all around.
Gosh, Orbital, the control there from Zeus Tony. They were just there. They were bodyguarding. They said, you're not getting close to anyone. Oh my god, Harrowbot really going down on HP here. Scary Jerry's gonna go in. They use, there it is. The last rocket is going to hit, as they have used both the Ghost and the Flash for this trade.
You know what? It was a move that obviously Scary wanted to do alone. Zyko was like, nah, I don't want to do this. That was ridiculous. And now La Flame is gonna get jumped on as well. Oh no, this is so painful. Odd Orange, look at that. The damage from the Divine Sunder already being built has led this to be completely overrun. The rocket flying just past their heads, and Odd Orange doesn't let that slide. In the top side, a TP or just a run in. Ray Leon, with all the mana in the world, will at least get 1 kill back. Should. At least you are in range. Throw the Q.
They have the
are you gonna get it? Oh my god.
Excuse me, they had enough mana just to go over the wall. Oh my god, Maryville still maintaining an undefeated score in this first map of the best of 3. 13-0, building up in almost a 9k gold lead. But they're gonna fight each other here in the jungle once again. Duality might be in trouble.
This is not Duality's jungle anymore. This is Odd Orange's. Odd rules this side of the rift, and it is gone. There's no chance, because even in mid, this is a problem. You throw out the charm and Get Back just says no. Right now, Maryville are on track to have 2.0 kills. What is it? 2 kills a minute or something like that. If they keep up the pace, if they keep killing SPU over and over again, they will get it without allowing SPU to get a single kill in return. That is ridiculous.
It really is. And I think, Orbital, this is Maryville showing, here's why we should have been first seed.
Yeah, I gotta agree. That's pretty much it. This is just absolute bullying. The zap damage. That is a level 5 support. You're trying your hardest. I give a lot of props to SPU. They're going back to lane. They're trying. They're just getting punished here. Zeus is straight up still looking. Zeus is playing with fire, going only for plates, by the way. That is the rudest thing you can do as a top laner.
Yeah, so rude. But also super rude is going to be the 2 towers take down in the bot lane, in the extra charge, in the inhibitor turret as well. The hook lands, and it's another kill for Jinx.
They are running rampant. This is 12.5 minutes right now. This is 12.5 minutes. And that is the inhibitor down. They are wasting no time. Eyes are open here. That's a flash forward as the charm finally lands. LaFlame, though, can only do nothing. And watch as the inhibitor will fall. This is now a chance to fight back. They are going to get the assault and battery, and there's a kill back at least. Shut down onto Scary Jerry. On the top side, Zeus going to belly slam Rayleon out. I'm going to look for it. Oh, that's mean. Zeus Tony said, not today.
Duality said, when we pull in, you know it's a shutdown. There you go. That extra gold is going to feel really nicely done there. Wait, who got the kill? Oh, it wasn't Duality. It was the mid laner. So even better for the Flame to get that one because she has mobility. As an Ahri, she has the damage. She has a little bit of healing. We see the rocket coming out on the board, but still a lot of health on this Drake. So it's going to be, is it though? Oh, the orange is in the pit.
Oh, he's all the way in the pit and still gets a smite. He is going to get the kill, and now it's a chance to fight back. Maryville said, we lost 2. That's all we're going to lose here. A little bit of chase forward. Zyko is going to chase and look for a little bit of a wall. Look at that. Get back said, get back. These are mine. The stones flying sharp. They're almost granite in the face of the rest of SPU. Scary Jerry coming in for even more value. Joker getting the heal out. Feather recall back. Slows down. Get back. But the get excited moment leads to a final set of kills. That is 4 dead on the board as Rayleon has yet to leave top lane.
A Kraken's Lair Rapid Fire Cannon, the tier 2 boots, more crit with the cape, and Jinx now an 11-1-1 can just take down so much of those health bars for SPU. She is 100% dominating. The rest of the team as well has been incredible. Look at the stats for Zyko. 2-0-12. That's a perfect KDA for the support. Mid lane too. Top lane as well. And with that much kill participation that you have distributed all throughout the map, it just really means that your team is super well coordinated. You lost a Drake? Oh, you didn't, because your jungler was there. So you didn't even lose anything so far. Only 2 kills on the board for SPU. At least we have as well the objective bounties might be showing up. Ooh.
Oh, that was a good chance in mid lane, but you can see LaFlame not allowed to do too much. Even with all the dashes, you are still going to get burned down. That's a final tag and a final set of rockets should get the kill. That's a jump forward. The flash from Scary Jerry leads to a secondary kill. Now Rayleon looking is going to join the rest of the team. Is going to jump forward right over the stones though and shoved right back out. The hook draws him all over the place, but that's even closer to Scary Jerry. One more shard. One more shard is all they want. You're going to die for it. Do you have enough time? No, you don't. Scary Jerry outruns it. It is a slaughterhouse for Maryville as they continue forward.
I don't think a cooldown has ever felt longer than the Q on that Malphite.
That is fair. That was, oh my gosh.
You just wanted your rock pizza. You just wanted to let it roll, just wanted to go bowling on the Jinx, but you couldn't do it. Couldn't finish off that kill. And unfortunately, you have Maryville all over your base now.
They are looking to end this. This is going to be before 20 minutes, by the way, if they wish to push, if they wish to try and counteract, even in a 3v4. I don't see this going any other direction. Odd Orange, though, sets up a little bit too far. The rest of the team is ready to go, and look at Rayleon, quite tanky there. And in the mid lane, Scary Jerry is having some problems. Actually got taken down by the Vi. So, hey, that's a step up too far, and Maryville might be overstacking themselves just a little bit. Charm goes out, does miss now in the bot side fight, and Duality is going to be battling out the support. That means that it's an engage from Odd Orange. Odd Orange said, hey, it's time. The Divine Thunder doing so much work. One more Bob should take it. A final slide in, the cloning out the dash finishes off the Malphite, and this should be the end here. 2 right now in the base to try and stop this second Herald.
Oh, this might be a dancing Shelly. Oh, never mind. They got plenty of damage there. I was really expecting a dancing Shelly.
It is ridiculous. Yes, the tower falls, and this is a last-ditch effort. Rocket flies in for nothing, and it looks like they might be a little bit low HP. Odd Orange is going to try and finish off. That's going to be an old C kill by Zyko. I've yet to see that happen. That is one of the rare times that a Blitzcrank will happily steal the kill. But they're just farming kills at this point. It's continuing. Rayleon's back up now with the Unstoppable Force. It's going to slap them all to death. It's double kill for the Malphite. No Penta here, but Scary Jerry still collects 1 in the mid.
a full team slaughtered because of overstaying their welcome on SPU's base. At least you had Scary Jerry that got soloed in the mid lane, so huge props for Duality. Well, they might find LaFlame here. The charm is it going to land? Oh, well, okay. You don't need reaction time when you fast. You shoot faster than light.
You know, as much as we want to say there was an ace in there, Maryville have honestly taken control of so much, right? They just shoved down that bot side. They were rushing in as much as possible, and now taking a look, we're now almost at a 15k difference. This has been Maryville in control from step number 1. That also shows in their itemization. Take a look down the road. Zeus has yet to actually complete that Rod of Ages. That is how short the game has been. Divine Sunder currently built for Odd Orange in the mid lane, Crown of the Shadowed Queen, as well as Sarah's Embrace. This has been Get Back and the rest of the team amazingly good, and honestly, I've been so impressed. I'm excited to see what else they can do as well. Scary Jerry now chasing down this mid lane. I mean, this is all they really have to do, right? Just group it in.
Yeah, they have to group it in. Is anyone missing? I don't think there is. They're gonna get the first one now, Orbital, and they might get this turret next if they are lucky.
Yep, that is one. Odd Orange gonna look for a little bit more. Gonna chase to the back. Joker is now getting knocked up. This is do or die. That's gonna be the wall coming in. Weaver strikes hard, and that is Get Back slamming a stone to the back of Duality's head. They left the Jinx all alone though, so that means that their push is denied for a little bit longer. Zeus though should be able to get this belly slam. One more auto attack should take it. That's gonna be an ulti. He can't flash away from that, and they're gonna try and fight forward. Zyko's just having a blast, saying, hey, watch me. The inhibitor goes down once again. Get Back is still very, very healthy. Has blue buff as well, but all they get is the inhibitor on the bot side. I don't know if they can push for anything further.
I think this could definitely have been better executed. At the same time, it's still them getting to their pockets. An inhibitor had just respawned, is going to be down once again. Duality is going to come for retaliation. Should Get Back allow them, they're just going to retreat instead. And oh no, they don't want to retreat. Look at Zyko.
Yeah, this is that's the chance. That is Duality gone. The duality of man, either life or death. That's all that this is about. At this point, the respawns have come in once again. Scary Jerry is now rushing up mid, but this is a TPN. Ray Leon was able to get behind. Same with LaFlake. And LaFlaco is going to send them packing. That's at least one kill. Another punch, though. And that's Joker burning down. You get the shield, though, and you're happy. Rocket doesn't land. Get Back is able to get the Sarah shield. And Scary Jerry wants to help out. Do you get the rocket? Yes, you get the zap, the flash forward. The rocket finishes off, and now Ray is going to burn. Look at the burn through by the Kraken Slayer. I mean, I think Ray Leon should be fine, but it is still so damaging. Maryville feeling like they're playing with their food.
I gotta say, I don't think that they are fine. This Jinx can kite them out and chase them every single day of the week. And Orbital, I think that at this point, it's SPU trying to get something because they know that this game might be pretty much over. It's too much to overcome. They haven't taken a single objective. They haven't taken a single tower. They haven't taken well, there's no Baron yet in the board, but even if they do get it, it's going to buy them a little bit of time, and it's Maryville all over their pit and the side of the jungle.
Yeah, this is control. Maryville are just like, yeah, now we're finally gonna lock it down. Now we're finally going to check for this. It is gonna be a chance. So taking a look right now, Baron burning down very quickly. Gonna try and look. LaFlame Flacco able to find a little bit of a charm, but it's nothing more than a slight taunt. Over the wall they're doing this. This is Maryville looking to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the disrespect. Oh, this is disrespect. It's gonna be the ADC going front line. Is it not gonna work, Orbital?
It was destruction. They tried to hold on. Zyko saying, hey, LaFlame, you can charm me all you want. I'm about to get a knockup of a lifetime. There's the hook. There's the kill. As mid lane is free for the taking. Yes, once again, Scary Jerry at 16, 4, and 6 is not allowed to be here for the big moments of knocking down multiple structures.
Orbital, this has been one of the most annoying games of a Blitzcrank that I've ever watched. They're going to take the inhibitor turret. They're going to take the inhibitor, and with that, they have another lane that's going to be open up in this base. There's still one turret for the Nexus. Unstoppable Force goes in, but the Stopwatch is going to land.
Yes, it is, and now Duality tries to pop in as well, but it's a 4v4, and right now the 4v4 is stronger for Maryville. In goes Zeus, Zeus boosts them all the way away. That's going to be a cast landing. And look at that. They melt like hot butter. LaFlame Flacco, you came back just to watch your teammates die. It's a double kill for the Odd Orange. Yes, Get Back wants a little bit more fight, and LaFlame Flacco is very, very healthy. But can they fend it off? They just need the minions in. There we go. And finally, it looks like the end. That's a shove in. That's a stun. That's a root. That's a knockup. And that's death once again. 43 kills to 13 as the final stone is slung to the backline. They're going to look. They're going to wait for the pull. 3, 2, 1, and hook. There is the kill. It is a shutdown from the Ahri as they fall as well. And it feels like it is game. Minions will finish things off, and it will be game number 1 to Maryville University. I mean, as they farm more kills. This is ridiculous.
Just
45,
disrespectful at this point.
Okay.
Excuse me. They were going to let the minions take it. Because even if Get Back died, it was going to be the buffed up minions to take it. Oh my god. They came to this first series of quarterfinals Naystar League saying, we don't care. We're just going to put every little coin is gonna be on our betting table because we know we bet on ourselves and we are going to win. That little moment at the end, just having everyone not attack the Nexus, wait patiently for the respawns, for the hook, and then consequently even getting killed by the fountain and still knowing that you were going to win the game. That is some confidence that they are allowed to do because of how well they have been in this season. They had the second seed with the same amount of series scored as St. Clair Saints, the first seed. So coming out against SBU had a giant to take down. So we have a David and Goliath once again here on the table, Roberto.
Yeah, this has been a pretty rough one, but of course there is a chance to bounce back. This is a best of 3, so only time will tell if Sunny will be able to bounce back. SPU are going to try their best, but Maryville are going to look to try and close this one out nice and quick. Please don't go anywhere, Naystar League. We'll continue in just a bit. Before we go, I do want to give a big shout out, of course, to our sponsors. Yep, let's go ahead and get that going. That is Mavix, the ultimate gaming chair here. It has been so awesome of them to give us that chance to go ahead and put on this show for you. With this going on, they have so much available here and are the official partner of the Naystar League, as they are featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on site, like Tom's Hardware and Tech Radar. Make sure to click on the Twitch panel below to get a little bit of an idea of what they have to offer, as well as $55 off your next purchase. And again, they have so much in tails, seat depth, adjustability, you know, the wide seat, and look at it, it looks so comfortable. I mean, honestly, I might go pick one up myself. So let's go ahead and go just to a very quick break, and we'll get again going with the second game of this first quarterfinal matchup. and we are back ready to go with game number 2. And I mean, game number 1, it was a brutal slaughter. Maryville came out with fire, complete respect for the opponents. And I mean, they went hard, right? This is a team that did not say, hey, let's get sloppy, hey, let's, mess around. They went straight for the jugular.
And they did. It was very close to being a free 20-minute victory for Maryville on that first game. I think it was just a couple of choices because they felt so confident, rightfully, that it lasted and dragged on a little bit longer. But still, it was unfortunately pretty much lost from the moment that you had that jinx 5-0-1. I think it was around 8 minutes. No, excuse me. It was that moment where it was more kills per minute for jinx than we had minutes. So it was 5 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, and the jinx had 6 kill participations in the game.
I love it. I love it. So getting into game number 2 here, Sunny Stonebrook University are going to be on the blue side. This time around, Maryville University going to be on the red. See if this changes things up. Keep in mind, last time we did see the Shen banned away and a lot of topside targeting by Maryville University. This time around, Sunny, they're going to go with some of the same. They banned out the J4 last time as well, and then the Varus, so maybe they keep it the same, or they might try to change it up. That jinx was quite a bit of a menace.
It really was. At the same time, it was super enabled by the power spike that Blitzcrank has, which is level 1. His level 1 is definitely one of the most strong in regards to engages in the bot lane, and they did what they had to do. Maryville had the jinx, had the Blitzcrank, and they went in for the early 5-stack invade. It worked out. Jinx gets the kill, and there you have it. The hyper carry is going to be out of the table, and there's still Xayah on the board, which was picked by Sunny.
It was picked up, however, they need to get it in conjunction with that Rakan. At least that's what they feel like. But I do agree, I think it might just be a good ban overall, or a good pickup. Just grab that Xayah, maybe you have a little bit better time, but of course that still leaves some other opportunities. Maryville still going for the exact same, still targeting that top side, making sure that Zeus has an OP matchup. It's a lot of respect handed up there as well. Now the Gragas banned away, so Sunny making sure to keep 2 of the last 5 champions out of the hands of MU.
Yeah, you're not going to have runner-ups in the top lane, in the bot lane. I don't expect to see a Blitzcrank again as the Jinx is not on the board. I think that Maryville could go with anything, really, should they decide. We are going to see, because it's going to be heavily reliant on towards Sunny. Makes as their first pick. Being on the blue side, they only get the 1 first pick, so they wouldn't be able to secure the Xayah and Rakan. It's going to be Jace. You mentioned that it has been so frequent in collegiate play, so very nice of them to get that one going because it was not Ben this time around.
Of course, and then I'm excited to see what they can pull out here. They banned away a majority share of top laners, and I mean, they also hard focused it last time. So this time around, Maryville are actually going to pick up 2 champions that 1 was picked up in game number 1, and number 2 is not banned as well. If they so decide, they could go for the Varus and have a nice little bit of lockdown, but they're also wondering if they should be going for that defensive measure. No, it is going to be that Varus, so stealing one away from Sunny, and then of course taking one of the not banned. It is the Varus coming out here instead.
Yeah, super good bot laner. You're gonna have a lot of control in the wave because of the area of taking damage. You have the arrows, which you're always going to be aware of. You're not going to want to stand close to the minions, stay away of the wave, so you don't get hit by the arrows, because the Varus is most likely going to try to get that first level 2 alongside the Rakan. Well, considering it's a Nautilus in the bot lane, that's going to be that matchup. Maybe they're not going to be that interested in going for very early level engages, maybe just being a little more careful and getting the damage coming in from poke. It would work out really well. They have the Kai'Sa logged in for Sunny, so I think that would most likely be the strategy. Oh, they run it up with a Vi. So they're really picking champions that were in the Sunny side last game.
Not just that, they're ensuring that they have the engage that, honestly, SBU had last time as well. They were the ones that had the press R comp, and the press R comp couldn't get off the ground, and Maryville, they say, hey, look, we don't need to take the Vi as well. We'll go ahead and hang on to the Wukong. Now we also get a focus on that jungle side instead, as they are, of course, assuming that Jace is going to that top side. So the Hecarim is banned away, now taking out different engagers that can follow up behind that Nautilus, which I think is a very, very appropriate answer.
I agree. Sunny is going to take down the Malphite, which was on that team. So they're noticing a little pattern of Maryville might be going for champions that they have had in the previous match. So having that out of the table would be really good for the ADC. Because you have a Jace in the top lane, of course, he can do a lot in 1v1s, even in 2v1s. But he's still not that tanky. He's not going to be a potential beefy front line as a top laner. He's going to be going for more of a duelist, more of split pushing, and doing things better on 5v5s. That said, you have the last ban for Maryville University is going to be the Scion. So interesting having that Jace is already on the table. Are they thinking that maybe Jace is not going to go in the top lane?
It might just be a comfort ban all the way around as well, just ensuring that the pick is nowhere near viable. And they go for a little bit of a dance out, leaving open that counter pick depending on where the Jace goes. As you said, still wondering, but this is going to be a little bit of a cheeky setup here. You get a counter pick on both ends for Sunnystone Brook University. You get the mid and jungle, so you know the Ahri is coming out here. And so what do you want to go up against it? I personally like Syndra. Of course, that's not always optimal. And of course, there are some other options out there. You could go with the very, very safe, very basic Orianna, but I don't think you want to. The Victor's also open. The Viego, though, that's what they're really focused on. Keep that in check against the Wukong.
Yeah, that's going to be very powerful. Viego's going to have a lot to do in the early stages. So if Wukong tries to go for something sneaky, getting an invade going, Viego can be a good fighter against it, even if it's just a matter of meeting each other in the Scuttle Crab in early stages. So that would be really nice. They are hovering the LeBlanc, which is, yeah, okay, that's going to be a pick. And against the Ahri, it's two champions that really heavily rely on having that level 6. Because the LeBlanc, you can't do that much if you're just going in. Distortion, Sigil Distortion, you have nice perk damage, yes. But with that, you still need the level 6 to be able to do more. Olaf is going to be the last one. What do you think of that? Heard you reacting?
I love it. I just like it. It means it's a bully topside. It's just aggressive. That's all it is. So that's really all I'm excited for. It's just go ham, press R, run at them. That's all you want to do.
Yeah, and it does show that Maryville was going for the picks there for the Scion. And it was potentially a attempt to counter if Jace was not in the top lane. It was confirmed that he's going to be in the top lane. LeBlanc in the mid, Viego jungle. I really like Sunny's composition this time. I think it has more potential of doing damage because that last match, it just required level 6. And Maryville said, you're not getting to level 6. You're not even getting to level 4 or 5. We're going to take you down before that happens.
Of course, and at this point, it might still be a little bit of the same. So challenging that aspect, challenging that early aggression is something that we are going to see come out here. So Sunny are either going to do or die by about 15 minutes, and I like that call. So very, very excited to see what comes up out of it, because right now, Maryville University are one step away from making it into the semifinals right now. It is up to Sunny to try and pull off a mini reverse sweep. We are getting into the playoffs of the NACE Star League, which I'm very, very excited to see. Again, in the future, in just about 2 weeks time, we are going to have the grand finale, all of the grand finals we've played on LAN in person, and that'll be such an exciting time. So huge shout out to all of our sponsors once again, and another one outside of Maze is Extra Life. Extra Life has been a phenomenal group, really trying to help out those that may not have the exact same opportunities. So if you are interested in checking out what they have to offer and want to make your own team page there, go ahead and click on the Twitch panel down below and help to play games to change kids' health and change their future as well.
And with that, we are going to go for a quick break while we get things ready for our second matchup. And as you said, do or die for Maryville versus SPU. Just stay tuned, we're going to be right back.
And welcome back, everyone. We are going hard here, and Maryville are ready to cement their place in the semifinals here. They are looking to close this one out 2-0, and game one looked like a ready start. You can see here, getting into the game, we are already onto the rift, and as you can see, it is Maryville chasing in on the top side, but it was SBU to chase in on the bot side, so I can appreciate this.
Yeah, I definitely can as well. But what happens next after not encountering anyone is what is going to make a difference here. So Maryville goes in. They're probably going to leave that late ward before they recall. There it is. They have some vision. And with that, that's going to be very important. In regards to SBU, you have a ward, but it's just in the bot lane, so you're not going to have that much vision in regards to junglers. Oh, and they have stayed orbital.
Oh, they stayed, or at least raided. Tried to check that blue buff. That's going to be a painful reminder. You lose Flash early on. You also lose the initiative. You're going to have to burn that TP. And La Flame Flaco going to try and run interference here on these two. Over the wall you go, but again, a level 1 LeBlanc ain't going to do much with that distortion.
Yeah, definitely not. And we see that Maryville once again are bringing in the aggression. Oh, bot lane.
Yes, they are going to try and dance it out, but look at that. Harrowbot said we can't do too much. They got some damage down on Zyko. But the initial early trading patterns does lend itself to Maryville being overly aggressive, being in their face. I appreciate that.
It's working pretty nicely for them already. You have the other orange that has taken the buff. Bot lane is going to be heavy damage on Zyko. It's still level 1 for both sides.
This is going to be, pretty scary. And again, level 1 on either side does mean that Harrowbot and Joker are going to be pushing for that level 2. And there they go. That's a flash forward. But oh, you level a bit too fast. You jump forward and you threw your hook before you flashed. Hook to minion, that hurts.
Yeah, it really does hurt. But still, it's nice initiative coming from SBU here. Going to try to do something once again. They have the control over the bushes. They have pushed out the wave. They did get the level 2 first, as you said, their orbital. But still, Maryville has means to stay very safe. You have the healing from the Rakan. You have the shielding. You have the positioning from Scary's Jerry. This is going to be super... Oh, no, never mind me. It's not going to be defensive at all.
Ooh, yeah, it's a flash forward as well from Zyko, trying to get a little extra damage. And yeah, you should have it. That is first blood once again to Scary Jerry in this bottom side. Now Auto-Range is going to look for one more. That's a flash forward, and Auto-Range steals away a second. It is now 2-0 in the bot side once again. Not a double kill, not a triple, but at least one to the ADC.
Maryville is bringing to the Rift Orbital exactly what you don't expect in general of a certain champion. So you expect the Varus to be doing damage with the poke. You expect them, or maybe it's going to be Zeus getting down here. No, it's okay. There's no target from the tower there, so Aurelian doesn't get the skill. Oh, who's going forward now is Zeus. Look at that.
This is brutal. Zeus said you stepped up a bit too far. And we'll take that one home. SBU eaten and kind of spit out here. Duality saying, okay, I don't want to deal with this one. Sorry. Cloaked in, can't do much more than soak up the wave.
Yeah, but it's fine. They're going to at least stop it from being shoved. It's not going to be taken down. Only they lost one creep there, but it's fine. You have the odd orange coming in as well. They might be going for another dive. You don't have that many minions. They're just stacking as you arrive. And LaFlame Flacco is going to have 2 people to worry about in the mid lane now as well.
Yep, this is a problem. They're going to be looking to try and fight this one out. It's now jungle and top versus jungle and top, and Duality is not going to enjoy this one, but look at that. That is Ray Leon with this disgusting chase, able to turn it around, and that is SPU claiming control of the top lane.
Great advantage that SPU has right now on the board. They're going to be able to shove the wave a lot for that top laner as well. And with that, they have priority on the river. The Duality is going to be able to get the vision for the Scuttle Crab. They can rotate for bottom lane should they desire. The Drake is spawning as I speak. And with that, SPU showing that they can be just as aggressive orbital. Well, one thing that I was going to say in general is that some things that Maryville have been bringing to the table is the unexpected aggression every time.
Yes, it is. They say, hey, we lost 2 on the top side. We're going to get those back. A little bit of a bop on the head, though. And oh, I thought Zeus was going to chase under. If that undertow had actually gone past the tower, that absolutely would have been a chase underneath. But it will not. We are only level 4, level 5, level 6. Not at that high priority just yet for some of these champions. And Duality, of course, has gotten a little bit ahead. Take a look at the jungle difference here. It is 29 to 36 in terms of camp difference. So Odd Orange, for all the aggression you laid down, might be a very, very tiny bit of a struggle when it comes to global objectives.
And I would say as well, in regards to the jungler matchup, as you mentioned there, Orbital, you not only have more CS and more camps being done by Duality, you have 2 kill participation, whereas Odd Orange has 1 kill and 1 death. And at the same time, for that kill, they had to use the flash too.
Well, that's just brutal. That's going to be a ward going down, and Zeus is able to lifesteal it out. So that is going to be the Olaf saying, I got it all. And oh, I think Zyko just kind of flashed out of there, said, oh, I saw a little bit of a juke. Can't play it out. Because of that, this wave is now crashing. Harobot at level 3 really wants to try and get this fight off. But I don't think they can. LaFlame Flacco, though, finds Zeus in the back line. That's an auto, and the Electrocute takes it home. So this time around, SPU able to trade out in the early game.
What a lovely rotation there, as you said. They're trading it out. Get back. No, hold on. Don't stay there. Varys, he has cooldowns, but it's still enough to take you down with that recall. Zyko goes in and then out with the help of Get Back. There might be more to come.
Yes, it is. Get Back said, I want to fight this one out. And says, I got the kill. Now under the tower, Joker is all alone. The arrow punches through, and that's the burn. That'll be the finisher. And now Ray Leon is all alone. You might be around, but that's going to be a flash away. The rest of Maryville collapses in, and they take 2 kills for free.
And that was wonderful for them. The rotation coming from Get Back and the presence that you had overall. Or Ray Leon might be getting something here onto them, but it's not going to be enough.
It is not. At least you're able to trade back. Duality gets 1. Zyko flashes over the wall into the Brambleback pits, and Horrobot is going to steal that one away. Duality said, hey, that's not fair. But it is the kill nonetheless. So SBU able to trade back, and at least as a little bit spicier early game, and yet they're still behind a decent amount of gold, about a 1.6k, now a 2k difference in favor of MU.
Very interesting that that's the case, because I think the biggest CS differential has to be in the bot lane and in the top lane. You're trying to pick up as the Odd Orange in the jungle. You're still behind as well, but it's not that big compared to the other ones. Oh, actually, no, yeah, it is. It definitely is. So it's just going to be even trades in the mid lane so far. And with that, maybe SBU will have to rely a lot on the LeBlanc's damage.
Yeah, this is going to be the problem, but Duality realizes this is a problem and is now getting collapsed on by 3. They said, hey, you got 2 kills? That's 2 kills too many. We will chip that one down to size. That is Duality now locked out and a kill down, and Ray Leon realizing that this is a problem. Flash in as the Ragnarok is on. Zyko trying to get in range, but that's going to be a simple knockup. Zyko actually steals the kill away, and Zeus just going, all right, fine, I'll give you 1.
Yeah, too little, too late. The presence that Maryville has been able to establish is absolutely insane. You have the... Look at that, it's the support. You had Zyko going in the top lane. You had massive pressure in the bot lane just before this happened. But the ADC is going to be alone, and Scary Jerry is going to go down. Who's going to get the kill, Orbital?
Oh, it is going to be Joker as the flash over the piercing arrow lands them a kill. Ray Leon getting jumped on once again in the top side, so it is a brutal counter strike by them. But you know what? You'll take it. SBU fighting for their lives here, and I love it. They are fighting tooth and nail in a game where obviously you are the underdog. And now Get Back is actually getting a little bit chunked out here. A little bit worried, does have the Spirit Rush and should be just fine, but it's a good amount of damage. Very, very nicely done.
Yes, indeed. The Flame Flacker there showing some fleet feet and dodging everything there with the distortions and all. On the other hand, you had SBU taking down their first Drake of the game, but Maryville doesn't even care. They had already taken the Herald. They're gonna put it in the top lane. They've taken the tower. Maybe it's gonna be another hit as well, another charge from Shelly, and they are really showing that they can be anywhere at any time.
And it's been fantastic. Again, this pickup of this unfortunate Jace, it showed promise at the early stages, right? We see why it's been banned out. We know why it's very, very powerful, but this is the way you deal with it. You just confront it head on. There is no chance to fight it out. And right now you can see the priorities of SVU has been in the bot side. Just get some punishment down on Scary Jerry, and there you get the kill. But they are losing on the top side an extensive amount of gold. It has been a complete break as 2 towers are down there, and Maryville will start circulating their leads elsewhere.
Yeah, but exactly as you said, you have SBU really focusing on the bot lane. Scary Jerry was the priority in the previous match. The Jinx was absolutely unstoppable. It's not the case here with the Varus, and Maryville knows that. They know that they are leaving the ADC alone, and they know what that is costing them, which at this point is just 2 deaths for the ADC. They even almost took Duality down alongside them, so that would have been even better to be a 1-for-1. But as you said, SBU trying to get things wherever they can, but Maryville is not leaving them that much room because they are getting things done on the top, in the middle, and this bot lane has been left a little bit to the dust, but it's fine because now that they have taken out that turret, they can go here and help.
They can happily help. I mean, they're excited to. Auto Orange is like, hey, I had so much fun in the top side. Let's get Scary Jerry back to form. Let's get those 8 kills back in their pocket. And that's Duality hiding around the corner. So, hey, maybe they found it. That is going to be the depth charge coming out, and they are going to jump in, and that's some good damage. However, Auto Orange is going to be able to find their way back out, but the rest of the team is here. They hard collapse in, and yes, the top side is going to get bullied out. Zeus is going to be roaming out. Leon is trying to clear the wave as quickly as possible. You're not going to be able to do it as easily. Yes, you do, actually. So that is considered a win of sorts. You keep your lives, but now out comes the chain of corruption. Scary Jerry is going to burn them down and whittle their HP away and then burst it at the end. It's a trade of 1-for-1 in the bot side, and the top side is still won by Zeus.
That was very unfortunate at the end for SBU because it was a kill that they had on Odd Orange. It was a kill that they didn't give to Zeus in the top lane with Ray Leon defending there in the turret. So the fact that they ended up giving one in the bot lane, very unfortunate to them, but they're still trying to stand strong. So a lot of damage coming from Get Back into this LeBlanc. But help is coming, and they're going to try to chase Zeus down.
I mean, it should be perfect here. They're going to try their best. And this is a chance. Again, Auto Orange has been very, very aggressive once again, and they just do not stop. It's been a constant game of find the monkey in the jungle, which is very, very difficult to do. He's been very, very squarely. Has died 3 times, but has 4 kills in the bucket. So now there's going to be a smite out. Duality finds that smite and is now going to wait. As Harabot is on the backside, just like, hey, Duality, do you need some help? Do you need any help here? Do you want someone to hold your hand? Oh, that's the smite. There it is. Auto Orange stole it.
Oh my god. Alright, we still have that fight happening in the top lane, Ray Leon versus Zhu, but the rest of the team from SPU has joined to help. I don't know if they can get there in time though. Oh no.
No, they cannot. Brutal decimation. Now on the bot side as well. They fought valiantly, but the piercing arrow does not get dodged out at all. You cannot. And now a jump out. Zeus is life stealing like crazy. That is a single Hydra on them, and they win it out. It is 4 across the board as Maryville are right back to form.
It's very sad as well, because if you see that much healing Orbital, you're like, well, let's buy. cut healing. At this stage, with your base almost open, you have no turrets, no outer turrets in the top lane. Everything has been pushed in the mid and in the bot. Do you focus on taking the lifesteal away from the Olaf? Do you? Is that something that you can afford at this point? At least the 800 gold that you have to use on that. Well, we'll see if that's going to be any priority, because LeBlanc is still one of the people that can try to do things in this game. Should she get more stacks on that seal? Should she get more than just that first item on the Ludens?
I mean, that is such a big question for debate. You know, can you dip into that 800 gold? Can you go into depth to pay that tax? It's like the QSS tax as well, because this is a fight of CC. Joker able to flash away, is still alive, but now Howardbot has to try and get away. It's 4 on top, but they get decimated. It's a dog pile for Maryville as the TP's coming as well, and then a piercing arrow crashes through to Robin Hood in the house, as that's a brutal showing. Duality now getting chunked out. One more auto will take it, and there it is. It's a brutal 2K. As that is Scary Jerry with the double. They flash over the wall as the Ferris wants another. Where is the shot? It goes a little bit wide, but the tower is the main objective as Maryville are crashing through the mid lane.
Oh my god, the confidence on Scary Jerry there on dodging that damage from the Jace. They're still going to take the Ahri down, double kill. And when did that happen? They're trying to get this one sorted, but the last damage from the piercing arrow is going to take down, and a double kill for the Kai'Sa. And Maryville still stands strong, 3v1 here in this mid lane push.
This is out of control. The hook cannot land. And this feels like it might just be over. LaFlame Flacco tries to go out with a bang. That'll be a little bit of a route back, though. And that's over the wall. Duality able to get the execution. And now they're going to dance a little bit further. A knockup means Scary Jerry has to go back into the team. And it's a shutdown for Duality. Zeus on the back end is getting spotted out, trying to take these wolves and healing up an immense amount. You talked about it earlier, so you said they need heal cut, but sometimes you can just burst them out like that. Execute number 3 as Duality gets a 3rd soul. And at least they get some kills back. Again, it's a little bit better fighting chance than in game number 1, but not by much.
I have to say, considering they are, let me see, around 8,000 gold behind, Sunny has been able to pull off some really nice fighting there. And I think it might be because the moment that Maryville actually gets a little more crowded up, you're gonna get so much damage from the Q from the Jace, the join in with the ulti from Viego. They managed to get this one, so another advantage for SBU, but that jungle is gonna fall immediately after Orbital, and they are trying, they are putting their best on the table, and they're not going to quit.
They are not. The fact that, you know, Herald was actually smited down, so it should be SBUs, but they don't have anyone in range to actually get it. Feels so bad. Now the jump in. Zyko realizing they're in a little bit of danger, but they're going to try and take this fight, but that's a depth charge. And again, that is the brutal CC that can go down. Auto range flashes away to safety, but the root comes in once again. LaFlame Flacco goes ahead and burns down that Rakan. And it's a destructive force to have. Pings coming out here as no one followed up behind. And Maryville just like, yeah, we're leaving our support to die. Sorry.
I am telling you though, LaFlame Flacco might be one of the biggest damage dealers for this game, but they have been caught up between a rock and a hard place. They flash, but the charm came on following. And well, as soon as I said it, I was gonna mention the stacking up of the Dark Seal. This time, not gonna happen.
Nope, not at all. Painful, painful time. And now we get a chance. Once again, Zeus says, I want to fight. Ragnarok is open, and they're going to heal up. Look at the damage coming out, but you don't get the heal, and now Scary Jerry's in a difficult position. This is quite dangerous. Another execute comes out, and look at that Duality said, hey, I got your carry once again. You know what? For all the kills that come through, they're making their way back a little bit. It's not as easy to break in as Maryville had decided, and yet they're still in full control. This is now the second dragon on the table. SBU looking like they want to try for it.
I was gonna mention that as well, Orbital. It's just the second, or it's the second drink of the game. So much has happened. We have a team so far behind in gold, but still finding their way to get picks, to get something happening, and the TP is gonna go into this defensive ward in the tri-bush, and maybe Ray Leon is gonna try. Okay, they're just gonna get them really much out of their jungle. They're saying, this place is ours.
Well, LaFlame Flacco is ready to go. Odd Orange gonna eat up that depth charge, and the rest of the team is gonna come in, and now they're gonna re-engage. Look at that, it's a 3v4, the damage is doing well, but Duality in the backline slaughters them. Odd Orange is gonna be able to find Joker. Arrow is gonna fall as well, and that's 2, 4, 1. The rest of Maryville are gonna come in and try to help out. Odd Orange is gonna get punched in the face and battered and beaten down. The hammer adjusted reigns supreme, and Ray Leon snipes him down. It's a 2v3 or 2-4-3, if you will, in both directions. The Duality has to get out of dodge, but look at that axe. Look at the damage. Look at Scary Jerry, and the arrow says, hey, I can get that kill, but a nice flash out means Duality is alive. A dodge on the arrow, number 1, and now it's stunned!
Wow.
The Flame Flacco and Duality get the kill. It is 4 dead as a chase happens, and Zeus is now ready to take on 2. Do you get the smite? Do you get the kill? No, it's killed off by Duality. No, that's a steal actually coming out. Who actually got that? I was trying to take a look at his SPU because the soul was there, but Zeus is about to get revenge.
Oh, I think the confusion came in because Viego was transformed into Varus.
Yep,
So it looked like it was Varus taking that one. It's very understandable. Ray Leon might be getting taken down here. Oh, they take one before they go down as well. And La Flame Flacco is going to try to take Zyko as well, trying to get away from this one. But Odd Orange said, nah, you're not getting close to my mid laner.
You know what? It was close enough. I got mixed up. Duality, completely juked me out on that one. At the end of the day, though, Maryville lose on the dragon, but it's not the main objective, right? They are so far ahead in gold that they're okay giving a little bit of that kill participation over. It is 21-29, and yet that gold lead has not declined at all. Still about 8k in their advantage. And because of that, they now get the chance to look at Baron. Yes, Psycho is quite low, but they can just heal up. You're fine. You're just running interference. Maryville are saying, okay, it is time. It is time to start closing the doors on this game.
It's finally arriving, the moment where they're going to try to duke out or try to engage on a trap here for the Baron. A lot of wards coming from Maryville. That top river is going to be lit up red, and the rest of SPU is going to see whether and what they should try to do, because they have the top lane, they're in the bot side, and they don't have a TP, so it's still going to be a 4v5.
Scary 4-5 as well. Odd Orange realizing that they're a little bit more dangerous than game number 1, but hey, look at that. The rest of the team is ready to back up. Catback has become a menace. 4-2-4 with the Rabadon's death cap, and now the jump back in. La Flame Flacco tried to make it work, but look at Maryville. They're just too much faster than SPU at collapsing. The collapse is just too dang good. Ray Leon ran up mid while the rest of the team was topside, and it hurts them dearly. That is 3 dead as quickly as possible, as that is Zeus running straight for the Baron.
Yes, they're going to take La Flame Flacco as well. They don't manage to take anyone down with them, and Maryville has full priority over this. It's only going to be a tower takedown for SBU. No objective bounties to be collected, so it's not much to be granted there. I don't think they're even going to take it. They don't have the wave orbital. Oh my god. Unfortunately for SBU, this was an 100% advantageous trade for Maryville.
Oh man, they loved every moment of it. They have not stopped at all. And yes, it looked a little bit messy, but I give props to SPU for fighting back, right? They never stopped. They constantly looked for those engages, and that's what's led to a much closer game than game number 1. However, Maryville are still very much controlling the pace of this game. They are very much still on pace to do whatever they like. They don't have to worry, as long as it's Zeus, right? As long as it's Zeus dictating where these fights happen, they're happy. And this is another spot here. This is the hard chase for Ray Leon, who realizes they are not in the right spot. The speed up, the boost, the channeling. This is Odd Orange ready to take him to slaughter. Zyko might dive under the tower. Do they dive this? No dive today.
Ooh, would you look at that? It's very nicely done. They get the move speeds to get under the safety of that tower. The rest of the team has gathered, and they're going to try to collapse on Maryville.
Yes, they are. This might be the final fight of the game. Look at La Flame Flacco. Remember, the damage from the LeBlanc is the one shining light, but it's a 4v4. And again, they need the man advantage. They need that Jace to be there. For right now, they're going to have to question it. There they go. Look at the dash all the way. Like Psycho finds the back line. The arrows find their marks, and it's a slaughter. Down goes the bot lane of SPU. Down goes Duality of SPU. One more remains alive in this bot lane engage of 4. And it looks like Ray Leon might be here just for the final punch. Scary Jerry, the ADC, is now frontlining for the rest of the team. Ray Leon getting slowed. Ray Leon falls down, and that will be the 4. La Flame Flacco will have to watch as the base is decimated before their eyes.
In a devastating fashion, Maryville guarantees that the squad of finals match is going to be a sweep for them. One turret of the Nexus is going to go down, and they said, well, SPU, we gave you a couple of chances to turn this around, okay? But as soon as we want to end this game, it is on our hands, and they're going to do it once more. They're taking them down in the fountain in a very game one fashion. And once again, a double kill goes to Ari. Only Duality standing, and they are waiting for the minions to take down this game while just slaughtering them while they respawn.
Yeah, this is just bullying on all ends, and you know what? Duality's going to have some fun with it. But at the same time, the minions are finishing the game here. This will be a 2-0 for the side of Maryville. They move on to the semifinals. They will be looking for an opponent, maybe. Nah, there it is. There it is. I was wondering where it was. We now have the finish as Maryville take the 2-0. And my gosh, again, they are looking like a second seed. They are looking like a dominant force here. And I give a lot of credit to not just one player. The entirety of the team felt like very, very oiled machinery. They always knew what they wanted to do, and we have a little bit of an interview with one of the players from Maryville. Let's go ahead and head on over to the desk from the winning squad. It is Scary Jerry, the triple kill king in game number 1. Scary Jerry, how you doing after that victory?
Oof, it was a hard-fought win, as you guys saw. So yeah, I'm doing good. Just glad it's over. It's been a long day.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. I think that you guys brought some different things, but kind of similar in both matches. In the beginning, in the first match, you had the Jinx. So it was either you guys do insanely well before anyone gets level 6, or basically you just have to rely on a late game. And in the other one, you just had you as Varus in the bot lane alone for so long. How did the communication go all throughout that?
The communication went like, Jerry, we're gonna make a play topside, you're an orphan, and then I said, I can 1v2 here. So that's basically how it was.
I loved it. I loved it. I mean, you guys put on a show, and again, coming in here as a second seed, you guys are once again slated to make it all the way through the bracket and be able to see those final standings. So my question to you, of course, as I think I know who that is. Yeah, there you go. We see the thumbs up there. I gotta ask you, Scary Jerry, taking a look at this matchup, you know, on the other side of the bracket, St. Clair Saints, another squad currently sitting as a #1 seed. Are you quite excited to see what they can do, and are you guys feeling quite prepared to run through the bracket and take on whoever you see in the semifinals?
Yeah, so I think we're going to have a really easy time with Florida Southern College, and then we're probably going to play St. Clair at the Naceland, and that's not even going to be close. So that's kind of how we're feeling going into the matches. But yeah, should be a fun tournament and a fun LAN. That's what we look forward to.
Okay. We'll have a little bit of confidence coming into this. Yeah, absolutely. So have the semi-finals and the grand finals in the LAN, as you mentioned. And it looks like, well, if I had any questions about the LAN, you just have everything covered. Is there any strategies, of course, not showing off your secrets, but is there anything you want to talk about? How you guys are going to play on LAN? How you feeling?
Yeah, so on LAN, like once we make it there, our plan is just, get a good night's rest, wake up, eat a good breakfast maybe, and just try our best going into the matches, honestly. That's basically our strategy.
Alrighty. Well, final thing here, of course, for you, Scary Jerry. Anyone you want to shout out here as you are on your warpath of making it into that semifinals? Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anyone that you want to give respect to, or anything of that nature?
Yeah, if I had to give a shout out to somebody, it would be Sudsy. He kind of called me out on the Challengers League stream, so yeah, just shout out to Sudsy and my whole team.
Alrighty, well, there you go. Again, thank you so much, Scary Jerry, for the interview. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory, and we'll see you all next time in the semifinals.
Yep, thanks for the interview.
Of course, with that, there is so much more action to be held as we're going to be heading over to the other side of the bracket, as well as St. Clair College will be popping up there as well against the 8th seed there. So we'll make sure to see that one as well. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NACE Star League action here with League of Legends as the playoffs will continue. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with game number 2, or series number 2, if you will. We just saw Missouri, or we did not see Missouri. We saw Maryville go ahead and claim their rightful spot in the semifinals, and now we get to see St. Clair College come up against University of Missouri Columbia. These two teams will be fighting it out for a chance at the semifinals as well, and we have seen St. Clair College before. Ricky LaFleur, Maddie, Akashi, Rockboom, and Boschetti will be rounding out that roster.
Yeah, on the side of Missouri Columbia Orbital, we have Arrogant, Prodigium, Dora, Carey, Gate 7, and Ethos. We have seen these teams played recently here on the broadcast, so that's going to be extra fun considering this is the quarterfinals for NA Star League. Let's jump right into the draft, shall we? Because we get everything underway as soon as we can, because we don't wait for the excitement the playoffs can give us.
Yes, and the main thing to kind of think of here is really, again, we understand that St. Clair College are the expected team to come out. It's a question of how strong are they going to be against the likes of Maryville. How do they stack up? We just heard an interview from Scary Jerry, the ADC of Maryville, basically saying, hey, you know what? We got this in the bag, at least we think so. And these are, I believe, two teams also in the CLOL playoffs as well. So, you know, a lot of fun there, but we are into the draft, just like you said, and we'll see if St. Clair College can pull off some awesome stuff and it'll give us a very entertaining show here, starting out in game number 1.
Yes, I am excited about University of Missouri, considering that they are 4-3 and 8th seed against the 1st seed. Usually how playoffs work, yada yada yada. So it's extra bit of intensity, competitiveness, just everything you'd want in a League of Legends game. St. Clair Saints is going to go for a Rel ban. Very interesting. Haven't seen that in a while. While Missouri goes for their Olaf. Super strong lately.
Yep, this is, again, we just saw how ridiculous an Olaf can be, so it's playing it a little bit smart. The Rel, though, does feel a little bit targeted there, just ensuring that that won't be a problem. And then the Wukong ban, this is also understood. Wukong is highly prioritized by multiple teams and multiple junglers as well. It is not the greatest, but it's usually left open at the end of the day, so I do appreciate this. Now the Udyr ban, really focusing on that top jungle side, the bullying power here, so St. Clair College might not be able to play through there for right now as well. Now leading into that mid lane, it's a variety of bans by St. Clair College.
Yes, you have the Aurelion Soul being the last one to be banned out, and Missouri hovering the Gragas, really focusing on that top lane, on that jungle, while St. Clair really varied in regards to support, jungle, mid. So I think that at this point, they don't want to go for anyone in particular heavily. They are going for something a little more broad and wide prospect. That said, it's a Jinx first pick. What do you think of that, Orbital?
I can get behind it, right? We've seen this done, I want to say once or twice, of course, already. Even in the last series, we know Jinx is a great hyperscaler, and we saw what happens when you do get a lead on that bot side, so I think it's appropriate. This one here, though, if this is a Twitch, this is a great way to try and get some early to mid advantages. You get the early confrontation value, and you're able to get that poison down if you pair it with a respective support. That is the most important factor. If the Twitch is paired with a good support, you're good to go. This now leads to very sneaky moments if the Maokai is locked in by Mizzou. If they go ahead and lock that one in, which it is, it now deems it necessary for St. Clair College to be a little bit aware of what can occur.
Yes, and it's Maokai is a champion that can be very versatile. We could see it in the top lane. We have seen Maokai support recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But I would love to see something on the likes of a Nautilus with this Jinx, something that can really, really protect her and enable her. Maybe even a Thresh. I think we have seen it recently in the last couple of weeks for Collegiate. It's gonna be Emilio, little dear boy, recently released in League of Legends. They also pair very well together in the bot lane, Orbital.
It is quite good. However, I am a little bit worried. Yes, the AoE cleanse is good, but that's only at level 6, and the fact of the matter is you are putting yourself at a very, very squishy situation, especially against the Maokai and the Twitch, so you have to be on point. I do want to see a little bit of a tanky frontline getting started to set up here. I would expect a jungle pick to come out from St. Clair College right now. They need a little bit of a front line, and there it is. Xin Zhao, I think, is a solid one, using that Crescent Guard to body block a lot of the damage going in. I would not be too upset at seeing more damage dealers to come out and a lot more engaged to follow behind the Xin Zhao.
I agree, and I think that in regards to early game as well, the Xin Zhao can be so strong in the 1v1s matchup against the enemy jungler. We will see what's going to be on this side, because loads of them have been already taken out the table, the Wukong, the Udyr. I wouldn't be mad as well to see a Lee Sin maybe in the jungle. They go for a Blitzcrank, so a support pick showing us that Maokai is most likely going to go in the top lane. Therefore, their first ban is going to be the Ornn, so absolutely top focused. And at this point, they're really narrowing down the options for top lane, aren't they?
Yes, they are. I mean, there is quite a variety. You can either go with the tanks, right? The Scion is still available. The Malphite is still very true. The Bruisers can also come out. I know some of these top laners can get a little bit spicy with the picks. We did see a Camille last time, I believe. It could be hovered. It could be played back in series number 1. So there are a lot of options as much as you want to clean it out. But I do respect the Bruiser bans. University of Missouri are looking for another damage threat. You have locked in some great CC, but you need the damage to follow up. For right now, I think mid is going to be left kind of blind for the picking, and yes, the stalwart tanks, the initiators, are being banned away. University of Missouri is saying no. St. Clair, you do not get these frontline aspects.
Yes, you do not. And as I said, it is narrowing down because you have the Xin Zhao, but you're definitely going to need something else alongside you. And interesting to see. All right, we're going to have a Riven alongside an Aatrox as the bans for St. Clair College. Nobody even interested about mid lane so far. And with that, it's definitely going to be a case of whoever picks it last to have the counter pick.
I think that's appropriate, especially since you've already got most of the meta bans out of the way. So normally if meta bans are left up, you'll go ahead and pick it. You'll say, okay, this is what we want, and we banned out the others, right? So this one does lend itself to a little bit more of, we want the counter pick. We want this to be a carry lane in the top side. However, it is going to be that Malphite hover. I feel like that was a bit of a panic. You don't ban those champions and just say at the last moment, you know, this is what we want. This is Mizzou, I think, saying, okay, either we pick it up or we wait, but do we really want to give the Malphite? Do we really want to give that engage over? So it was down to the last second. What do we want to do? And they panic picked the Malphite.
Yeah, which is interesting as well, because you're thinking about a Malphite. Okay, might it be Maokai jungle? It's possible, right? And maybe the Malphite is top lane?
Malphite probably top, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
And the Silas, oh boy, okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be really harsh for Missouri. The amount of ultis they can steal, it's just a handful for Silas.
Yeah, this is any time that you have a Malphite up, these are big ticket ultis, right? Yes, you're not stealing the Twitch ulti. That's the rat-a-tat-tat. That's not going to do anything. The pray and spray or the spray and pray. It's not going to be great. What you're looking at is that unstoppable force, that great engaged tool to push forward and grant St. Clair College access to that mid to back line. I mean, Mizzou are now going to have to teeter on the edge of a scary early game champion here, because right now they have the scaling a little bit. They do have that Malphite. They do have the Malphite as well, the Maokai and Malphite. Oh man, that's gonna be a mouthful. And the Twitch, yes, the Twitch gets kills early, but I want to see some punch. I want to see a champion that can actually duel it out. They're actually going to go with safety once again. This is a mid to late game composition currently being rolled out here by Mizzou, which means St. Clair College should be quite happy about the setup.
I agree. I think that on the side of Missouri, I enjoy the Maokai, I enjoy the Malphite. The Victor as well could round it up really well for mid-game fights. But then St. Clair just picks the ultimate counter.
Yep.
Basically says, yo, you have really nice ultis. Can I have a look?
Yeah.
I swear I'm not gonna do anything about that. I'm just gonna steal it real quick. And as you said, you're going to aim for the unstoppable force. You have Nature's Grasp as well. So a lot of things that can work super well. Even I would say, if paired up correctly, the Blitzcrank ulti could be good if you're going for the Victor, because you get the silence down and then the mage can't do anything. That would be quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, this would be a situation that occurs where the teams are going to be battling it out, again, for early game supremacy. Both these teams are okay scaling up. They're okay kind of winning things out as well. But even in the last series, we saw you can draft mid to late, you can, but it's the players that really dictate the pacing. So I'm very, very excited to see. We've seen both these teams play. I know St. Clair College is going to be kind of the one to look out for. So Sofchan, I don't want to ask your opinion on that. I want to ask where we're actually going to see action break out first. Again, we have to lay out these teams. They're okay scaling, but where are we going to see that first taste of blood?
I would say the bot lane, just because we have the Blitzcrank, right? I'm usually a sucker for bot lane. You know that. We have been working that long, and you know that. But having the Blitzcrank, having that champion that we saw in the last series with Maryville University, it just feels like you can't ignore that level spike that it has just by being in the game. So we might see something happening in an invade fashion or just in the bot lane itself. But either way, Orbital, it's going to be something that we're going to see in a little bit. So stay tuned. Our first game of our second series of the night is going to start pretty soon.
And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with game number 1. And these two teams will be battling it out for a chance at the semi-finals. These teams are raring to go as well. I mean, only time will tell who really makes it forward, but we are leaning towards St. Clair. They got the Blitzcrank, so we know it's going to be action-packed. At the same time, or never mind, I lied. University of Missouri have Blitzcrank, so we know they're going to lose. Is that how it works? I don't know. St. Clair College, though, they're rocking with the Milio. They're going to have some fun. And again, we got to keep eyes on that Silas.
Yeah, we do. I think mid to late stages is going to be all Silas land, and nobody can take down this guy. The chains are going to be broken, and not even an unstoppable force might be enough to hold things down for Missouri, but we'll see. At the same time, we mentioned that maybe we're going to have some action in the bot lane because of the Blitzcrank. You have the hook, the presence in the aggression that this champion has on his own in the early stages is amazing. So maybe we're going to see a 5 stack or at least a 3 stack going for a scouting of the area in the enemy jungle, maybe a full-on invade. Let's see how that's gonna go, because any advantage that you can have on the Jinx earlier on is definitely a good one.
And I don't just think the advantage on the Jinx, right? The advantage over the opposing team. As an underdog, you know that at all times it feels like the opponent will have a leg up just with their standardized out of the gate gameplay. They feel like they're always going to be better. There's a reason St. Clair are 7-0, and so you have to break that cycle of monotony. You have to cause some chaos, and there are plenty of ways to do it. Ethos, of course, all alone. It is going to be that lone Blitzcrank trying to cause some chaos with that 5-point lineup. Not too much else to talk about, but I do see something interesting. Arrogant, going with a little bit of an arrogant build here, does have the corrupting potion. So this is a bit more brutalizing is the best way I can put it here. Arrogant now getting chased out by Ricky LaFleur.
Yeah,
oh
Ricky says, well, I hear Orbital on the comm saying that this might be a more brutalizing early stage vibe, but I don't care.
Yeah, pretty much.
We all know how corrupting potion works. You not only have that regen of mana and heals, but also there's the extra damage that you're going to have on your auto attacks. So absolutely the reason why you're going for an indication that this might be more aggressive from Arrogant. But it looks like St. Clair is looking very aggressive on that invade. There is no vision, I don't think.
No, that's not vision at all. You are just trying to hard chase. You're saying, hey, we know we can win it. Because of that, it is going to be Arrogant trying to chase him out, but Maddie is on top of the ward, so keep eyes. This is level 2. That's level 2 to level 2, and now they're going to bounce over the wall. Maddie is now going to get collapsed on. Infantry tries to knock it off, but Arrogant gets over the wall and follows. Maddie says, thank you very much. It is first blood to the St. Clair side as a kill goes Maddie's way.
Yeah, I'd love to take it. It's gonna be your red buff, it's gonna be your top laner. We have the tax going and you're gonna have to pay it. Orbital, I think that is very consistent with St. Clair Saints. We have watched them before, and considering that they are the first seed of the playoffs, it makes sense that they're gonna want to show things early, that they know how to control the board, that they know how to get advantage early, and there it is again. Oh my god.
Whoa, this is just consistent aggression, and this is what you do have to do. You pick this early Zen Zhao. However, Ethos was ready, only level 1 with the Ignite. If that had landed, maybe you get something, but Muschetti is ready to help out, so this will be an advantage over to St. Clair's side as they even rotated the ADC up. Rock Boom ready to help out with this blue buff.
Yeah, they're gonna take it down. Every time I look at Maddie, he is miting. He has the timer on point. The cooldowns don't even matter to him. While top lane is going to be a lot of damage coming from Arrogant, and the hook is gonna land on Maddie as well. They don't have flash.
We do not have flash, but look at that. The turnaround gate is gonna try and turn it around. Rocket under the tower. Rock Boom saying this is all ours, and honestly, this is a big boon for the side of St. Clair. Look at that. They bullied out 2, and they're in control. Remember, this fight may have looked equal, but it's forcing Mizzou under their own tower. That's going to be the expunge going through. That's a hook. What a hook coming out here. Ethos takes it, and now Gate is going to flash over the wall. You should have another. That's 2. This ridiculous rat. Gate shuts the doors down on that jungle invade, and now has double buffs as well.
He's chasing out the cheese. Yes.
Oh,
and with
man.
that, this ADC is going to be on top of the game. You said that how much that the Twitch can do in the early stages. You have the poison with the slow. It's going to be taken out. It's going to do true damage. Once you get the damage out with the E, it's going to be explosive. And that hook setup by Ethos was amazing. Mid lane might be going towards Mizu because of the backup for Prodigium.
I mean, it's very, very close, but you don't want to force it. So for right now, Dora carry again on this victory. You don't look to actually win. You're looking to just farm up and not let Akashi get extra kills. You are there to scale to the mid to late game and bring the power afterwards. So the fact that you're able to get out without losing either Ghost or Flash feels great. The problem is, again, the desync on the timers, if you back right now, is going to be painful. Maddie, though, still invading. That's going to be the hook. Ethos at level 2 has now left gate all on their own, but Maddie still getting advantages left and right.
Yeah, very interesting that is what we have on board, because if we look at the CS, it's not that much that they have ahead for St. Clair's jungler. Mizu still has a couple of buffs, a couple of camps that are going to be there, but Gate 7 is very confident in going to the support.
I mean, it's going well, and I mean, it's been phenomenal. Again, Mizu kicking things off with a solid start. The only scary thing is Maddie once again. So for right now, Mizu trying to take a look here. Ethos has been roaming, Gate has double buffs, and yet Rock Boom and Boschetti still look like they have a majority share of the spot lane. So if they're looking to open things up, if Mizu are hoping to make a change and use their advantage, where do they go?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, as we have seen St. Clair positioning for this bot side. They might be going for the Drake. The Scuttlecraft vision has just expired, so this is going to be very important for them to execute it carefully. All right, we're going to have a pause. But having a look at the map, the Maokai is trying to get something there. They're sweeping out the vision. There's just one that is around there in the jungle. The ADC is still a little bit farther away. Ethos might be super important if they get to hook Maddie out of the pit, but we'll see what's gonna go out of this. But basically, you asked, how do you go about this advantage? Well, if I was Mizu, I would have been much more proactive in going for this river and trying to get more presence to deny or even contest the Drake.
I definitely agree with that one. It is going to be a chance for them, though. They will be reaching that second. Rock Boom and Boschetti are currently on it right now, so it's Prodigium and Ethos. They'll be questioning if we can have it, and for right now, you can see Dora Carey will not be there at all. A lot of questions are abound. So we'll have to wait and see, of course. We don't know what happens after this pause. It could be a small technical pause. Maybe we are waiting to see if someone has to reconnect or not. Or maybe a mouse died on the other side and know all these new fancy mice are always ridiculous. But you know what, some people, I actually had this happen once to me, which is terrifying. I just want you to guess what happened during one of my gaming sessions. What broke of my setup?
Do you have wireless keyboard and mice?
I do not. Both of them are wired.
Okay, but there was a problem with the USB for both of them.
Oh no, that's a good guess though. I've had that happen with my wireless before, but I actually broke my chair. It was really, really bad.
Excuse
me?
This
is a new chair. Yes, this is a new chair. I got this one, I want to say a couple months ago, but I was gaming and I leaned back really badly whenever I game. It's really, really bad posture, by the way. So I leaned back, and a lot of chairs, when they lock, it's, you know, you can lean it in a certain direction. I had a really bad habit of actually just forcing that lock. So one day I just was like leaning back, I was stressed out, and all of a sudden I hear snap crack, and it just, I couldn't lean back in the chair anymore. It was very, very rough. But
that game?
Yes, it was not good. But anyways, we are getting right back into it. There was a team fight, or at least a little bit of a chance, and it was Ethos that got slaughtered for that chance. It was well-timed. St. Clair got the kill as well as the Dragon.
I think that what happened there in the fight for Mizu is what I was mentioning. You had, unfortunately, the ADC who didn't follow up as quickly as they should have. Maybe they were worried about the CS, they were worried about controlling the wave, and then they said, okay, you can have just the support going there. And then all of a sudden, because you don't have the vision, to be fair, I think you would have had at least 1 second of that Scuttlecraft that was coming out, that maybe you could have seen someone. In how many of them did you have to fight in the pit? At least you should have assumed, because you didn't have the enemy bot lane, that there would be a ton of people there.
Oh, well, we're seeing another gank on this bot side. This is Muschetti getting knocked backwards and getting knocked up. That will be the death as Gate is on a killing spree, even with the dragon, even with all the move speed. As Muschetti getting run up on with no summoner spells in the pocket. So, a nice little fight back. At least they are able to dance it out. And now Akashi in the mid lane. When bot lane got spicy, so did Akashi.
Yeah, they do. So does top lane. Oh my god, the healing for Ricky is gonna be enough, and Arrogant doesn't take that kill. Oh my, Orbital, I was gonna say that in the bot lane here, it was very nicely executed by Prodigium because there was so many wards in the river for the blue side, and they managed to stay right at the edge of the fog of war and get that gank going. So considering that they got 1 kill out of it, I'd call that successful.
Oh yeah, and they got it on the right player as well. Gate. Now Ricky LaFleur is the one in question because again, you have no real summoner spells, or not summoner spells. You don't have the ult, you don't have any healing. That's going to be the ghost though, and that's the call. But you land the briefcase, and because of that, Maddie is coming in. Arrogant, you set them a little bit too far. You do have flash, but there's a reason to flash out. You got locked down. Beautiful job and a bait by Ricky LaFleur. Now a knock up as well on the back end, and a follow-up flash to follow. Ridiculous job here by St. Clair to gather 2 on the top side.
Yeah, amazing that by them. Wait, excuse me, are they gonna hit? Oh, they flash forward. There's no escape from the auto attack. Oh no, Ricky, you literally saw that tower and you didn't notice that you were being targeted by it. That's unfortunate. You're gonna have to come back to base, do some paperwork, think about what you've done, and then come back later.
It's a chance, and as much as I like the fact that we're seeing Ethos roam out, it does worry me because Gate currently is the strongest member on the side of Mizzou. I would like to see him try and bring a bit more aggression down to this bot side, you know, get that rat out of the lane as quickly as possible. But for right now, they are focused on other sides. So Herald currently being locked onto by St. Clair. They're continuing their punch in the global objective game and in the macro side of things. And it's going to lead to so much if it's picked up by Maddie that opens up a fight in the mid and top, and maybe even bot side, depending on where the Zinzao wants to go.
One thing I want to observe as well is the presence that Akashi has had in these team fights. They were in the Dragon Pit, they were in the Herald Pit, and with that you would assume that Dora Carey would have more CS, but they're not on the lead yet, and you would also think that they have the advantage in the early stages because they have the range, but they're now just out-leveled, out-farmed, and not being able to put any sort of pressure on the other lanes. So Mizzou has to try to pick up on that because St. Clair's rotating and just capitalizing everywhere.
They've done so well, and we're seeing why they're a 7-0 squad. It feels a little bit more methodical. It doesn't feel so out of control here as it did before. Even if they have some different kills, it's been phenomenal from St. Clair. Even their picks in the jungle, they feel like there isn't a chance to respond from Mizzou. Very well done.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what was the moment where Silas got to steal the Malphite ulti, but he was there. He rotated for the Herald, he got the ulti, he came back, went for the blue buff, and with that they get another kill. They're gonna get something going as well, flanking for the bot lane. We'll see if this is going to translate into a dive.
I think it very much is a dive. This makes it look easy. It's a level 4 versus level 6s and 8s, and you are able to turn it around. Remember, Gate is the strongest, and maybe you can take a fight. Dory Carey, though. Dora Carey can't do much else. That bot side tower will fall at just shy of 10 minutes, and it's going to be a powerhouse of gold coming back to St. Clair College.
I know that I said that the Victor would have that sort of advantage, but it's also worth noting that as a Silas, you have more mobility. You have those dashes. You can get out around the map much easier than the Victor can. Speaking of, they're going to go TP in the mid lane, and Ricky LaFleur has ulted onto Arrogant, who has no mana. Excuse me, they land the briefcase, and it's going to be a kill for the top lane.
They make it look easy, and even there, Dora Carey now getting jump on in the mid lane. Red Bus slowing him down at every turn. You have Ghost, you have Flash, you burn both. But you can't re-engage. Akashi feeling too strong. Top side, Ricky LaFleur going in the way of St. Clair. Everything falling into their hands. As that what was once only a 100 gold lead has now ballooned and expanded and exploded into just over 4K.
Yeah, 4,000 is definitely a lot considering that you have just over 10 minutes into the game. They have a lot of pressure there and vision in the bot side. The Xin Zhao is already going to engage on the Drake. Nobody's around there. They have taken the turret. It's the easiest play to do. There is no defense. They're going to be able to get the wards should they need it. At this point, they don't even need it. They know the enemy would be respawning, resetting. So that's going to be an easy uncontested secondary.
And with that, the Hextech Dragons now cry for blood. I love it. That's the one that you love to see on either side. Get a little extra attack speed and all, but that's the hook. Remember, this is what the Blitzcrank is all about. Maddie, you try and block so much, and you are able to lock it down. There goes the Twisted Advance all the way through. But Akashi on the back line is going to jump in. The rest of the team had to scatter about, so Akashi is now getting collapsed on, but this is one of the strongest members. You already have the Rod of Ages. They're perfectly fine with a good flash away, though. Good call out. Akashi now going to jump forward, grab the ulti behind. And you know what? No one died. You got a couple plates, and you're able to back away safely. I call that a win for St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and they're going to go engage on Dora Carey, who is behind. They don't have the items that Akashi has, so they're going to have to pop the Ojo to stay alive. But St. Clair really converting all the pressure that you mentioned that Mizu could have had in the beginning, and they just expended it. You had Gate 7 with the double buff. 4 kills. They still have 4 kills and haven't died. They have been able to convert ganks into at least 1-for-1s, but still, you don't see that rest of the presence in any sort of conversion on the rest of the map.
It's been too difficult, and I gotta agree. So taking a look here, Mizzou are gonna have to find another angle in. Their composition does not really work unless it's Gate kind of fighting it out. Remember, Gate is still 4-0-0 for all the time that we've seen the rest of St. Clair get leads. Only in the bot side. Only has Rock Boom been the only one that really doesn't have an extensive lead. So the rest of the team has really been looking. St. Clair is basically saying, okay, wherever the rat is, we do not go. They're trying to break down this topside tower, expand into the enemy jungle side, and then from there, look at that mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, it's getting collapsed upon. So is this top lane. Arrogant is gonna be collapsed as well, but the rest of the team is gonna come back and help. The tower is gonna inevitably fall, so there's not much that Mizu can do at this point. Just go farm, get your things sorted. They have quite a lot of vision in their own jungle, which I appreciate. They have to try and clear out the enemy's vision as well. You have the clarividence. Is that the word? What's the name of that little plant that gives vision? I forgot the name.
I call it the scrying plant. I think that's what it is. It's Scryer's Bloom. Scryer's Bloom is what we're looking at.
Okay, the bloom.
Yes, it is. It is the Scryer's Bloom. Trust me, I'm bad at names too. I just called the blast cone I think it was a jump pad is all I said. I could not remember the name. It was just random stuff that I said out of my mouth. It's great.
Happens so frequently.
I'm so bad at it. I'm honestly just horrendous at it. It's so good, though. It's so good. As now, Ricky LaFleur is currently chasing down Dora Carey. And honestly, Prodigium's a little bit late to follow up. Ricky LaFleur runs him down. And it's just too easy at this point. The Mundo is unlocked and truly goes where he pleases.
Yes, he does, Orbital. 3-1 and 2 now. So much CS ahead, around 20 precisely. And with that completed item, the second tier boots, they're gonna be going so fast everywhere. And with that, the pressure that you had only in top lane is gonna be converted into the rest of the map, as we had seen with all the other players. What a dodge. Very nicely read, but the Nature's Grasp is gonna lock them down in place, and it might be a kill for Gate 7 again.
This should be easy. It is just for Gate, but remember, if you get a kill, what do you get on the other side? And they get nothing. They actually lose out after getting that kill. They've left mid completely exposed, so St. Clair using Ricky LaFleur like a magician, drawing the opponents to the other side of the map. This Herald should get another charge off. The eye is closed. That's an easy break. This now sets up mid lane ever further. Oh! Dora Carey tried to clear it out at the last moment, but it is a massive boon for St. Clair.
That's such a good point you bring to the table. That's one thing I always like to point out is what is one team getting on one side that makes it worth it what you're doing. So people sometimes, especially in solo queue, you get so upset about someone dying in your team or kills happening on the other side. Does it really matter? Because in some cases, as we saw here, you had the rest of the team taking down the mid turret. The Herald collapsed, another hit in the inner turret as well, and it's just one kill. Again, on the hands of the ADC, as you pointed out, the only member that has any kills in this game, they're meta. So is it really worth it? Not really. You did get one. You didn't go down, which is at least somewhat positive in that trade. But still, it's something to keep an eye out for. So every time something happens on one side of the map, you gotta be looking at what are you going to do to capitalize and fight back.
And I'm excited to see what more Mizzou can do because, yes, we keep talking about it. This is not looking like the best scenario. What they can say is the composition has allowed for Gate to get kills, meaning if Gate is now given that focal point, if there is a massive team fight, which the teams have not had just yet, it will be a vastly different story. So far, we've seen them all in isolated cases as well. These teams, these players have been kind of, picking and choosing their locations of battle. St. Clair say, okay, we see Gate on the bot or mid. Let's not go there. Some around, though, it is going to be that challenge. Dragging up in just about 15 seconds, and it's going to be very, very dangerous. Arrogant having to flash away, and the rest of the team following behind for St. Clair. That is Ethos getting burned down, but the follow-up behind. This is going to be a chance for Fleur. Dashes forward and gets a kill, and now Gate is locked out, but Arrogant on the back line tried to help out. You are looking, there's a double knockup, and now in the twisted advance, they're going to try and break out. Spray and pray going across all of them, but the mana is gone because of that. St. Clair win out on the battle. The war, the battle, it is all won by Rock Boom and Squad. 3 for 1 and Dragon to boot.
I think to complement what we just saw is the fact that we had St. Clair having so many things happen all throughout. You had the kill onto Ricola Fleur happening earlier because they chose to let that player go exposed. They knew exactly what they were going to do, as they did here. It was very close for Mizzou to trying to get something back because you had the Nature's Grasp, you had the Unstoppable Force, but still, things are not quite connecting for Gate 7. They still haven't died, and it's interesting to see that they don't have a bounty to their name. What is this? Is this correct? Funny. Yeah. It must be, because compared to the other team, it's still a very large disadvantage for Mizzou. But finally, the point stands that if there is a 5v5 that starts well with the Unstoppable Force and the Nature's Grasp, that can be a lot that Gate 7 can do. But St. Clair Saints are just not allowing for any of that to happen. If there is a 5v5, it's happening how they dictate it.
Of course, they have been in control for every single moment, and I feel they're even going to have more control at the Dragon, right? It is Soul Point, so I want to posit a question for you. Mizzou's outcome right now, it has really been on Gate, who is still alive, by the way, after all those different engages. Still 6-0-0. Yes, doesn't have a bounty, has not built that mythic just yet, is going for the Kraken Slayer. I want to posit a question. If there was a perfect fight for Mizzou, which should happen around that jungle side, around that river, around the Dragon, I want to ask you, what would a perfect team fight look like for Mizzou to come out on top?
It would start with a nice enclosed space in the jungle, so you can hit the Nature's Grasp really easily, and then maybe bait out some flashes, maybe bait out Busquets' ulti, and then you get into the Unstoppable Force. You go in with Athos as well, try to get someone, especially Rockboom, to get out of the fight by being pulled into Mizzou's composition, while Gate 7 stays in the back with Dora Carey, dealing as much damage as they can. You have the Storm coming from Victor, and just the poison upon poison coming from, and the resets that you would expect from the Twitch as well.
All right, well, there you go. So, possible thought coming out for Mizzou. Maybe they get it, maybe they don't. But for right now, St. Clair, I mean, they don't even care about that one. They're actually forcing a lot of continuation around this top side, and they found a Busquets. You know what? If you're going to get a single kill back, this is a great way to do it. The final shot comes out as the spray and pray gathers up a life. Rocket goes out, does minimal damage, but Dora Carey is left in a little bit of a vulnerable position. Hey, that hook, though, that can be a massive game changer.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that the two possibilities for Mizzou to turn things around and get things a little more equal for them is the 5v5 engages, as I mentioned, and those miracle hooks from Ethos.
Topside tower now going down. This is 5 towers to 0 as Mizzou have not been allowed to leave their own side. You can see the bot side tower quite low, but not really enough. And at this point, St. Clair, they're moving as a singular unit, which I really, really do like. So now with Kraken Slayer in hand, Gate is becoming more monstrous. Victor Dorakari has that Leandries, and you can see the burn coming out from them as well. So St. Clair, if they walk a little bit too far, get a little bit too arrogant, we could see their HP kind of flatline there. Possibly.
It's true. It's true. Because one thing that we saw in the last series was a lot of healing coming from an Olaf, for example, and then the other team not having cut healing. This time around, you have Leandries, you have them getting a little bit exposed. Maybe Ethos is going to pay for their lives, and it's going to be the case, unfortunately. Mizu has to fall back.
Gonna be a brutal showing there, and honestly, that's how a Blitzcrank's life goes. I think you just it's either you do or die, and that's unfortunately all you can really get to pick. Arrogant is gonna have to ulti out, and now the dive under the tower. Akashi wants to keep fighting, but look at the damage, look at the burn. Honestly, Akashi going a little bit too far. A little bit of a question mark though, as again the rest of the team goes, you know what, yes, he's low, but everyone else is there. It's 5 members here on this bot side now. Just watching as Ethos spawns up. This will be a tower for St. Clair, as they have now cleared out every outside tower. The only 3 remaining are from the inhibitors.
And they can literally just clear everything out in that jungle, steal out the camps, get the Hextech gates absolutely far away from there, and not get engaged upon. It's a nice moment for them to scout out the area for the Baron buff. We don't have any wards whatsoever that would be in a good position for that. Both teams are doing an amazing job at clearing out enemies' wards, so that has been good for Mizu, because if it wasn't the case, it would have been much more difficult for them to fight, especially in those more enclosed spaces in the jungle, which is definitely one of the most successful for them in regards to 5v5s. But we'll see what they're going to do now next, because St. Clair Saints still has the advantage.
Yes, they do, even with full vision, or not too much vision on either side. I mean, they've been playing it pretty quickly. It's really just playing off their gold advantage, so I like what we're seeing here. Clearing out every single camp, making sure it's polished off, and with the teleporters as well, the little gates to work their way through. It's Mizu just looking for scraps. You can see them hunting as a squad, all 5 ready to go. And it's looking quite dangerous. Ward is taken out in the mid lane. 5 are now in mid. Ethos trying to frontline here. And Rocky on the back end. Rocky looking for a chance. Prodigium now caught alone. You might have to get over the wall, and you do, but you are wrapped up in your own vines. Rest of the team for St. Clair ready to fight it out. And look at that, the jump, the damage, the burst is real. In the back line, though, they are melting a little bit here, but the damage is done. Dorakari walked on top of the traps and is gonna get annihilated. Final rocket might take a moment. No, they live. Everyone is dangerously low, but the damage has been done. St. Clair take 3 live, and look for the soul to carry.
Oh god, they were so close to getting taken out. I was rooting for Gate 7 on that one, because we want to see things get even more competitive, because at this point it's 10k gold ahead for St. Clair Saints in regards to everything. The buffs, the towers, the kills, just everything on the board they have control over. And Orbital, I would have loved to have seen that fight go for Mizu, as Gate 7 was almost there. Still, with the Kraken Slayer, with the Blade of the Rune King, not just yet, not quite being able to take them down, but this is going to be a Baron fight, and that is a very important one for them.
Yes, it is. This could easily determine the end of the game, of course. And if it's taken by St. Clair, they're going to be very happy. If not, Mizu are going to have a fighting chance. Of course, it would just be kind of a stall Baron. If Mizu were able to pick it up, it would just be one of those moments where you're just like, okay, we can hang on to it. But for right now, Ricky LaFleur and the rest of the squad, there are going to be some questions. Ethos, ready to go a bit, but now getting chunked out. Remember, they're always in the front line, but Akashi was ready. That's going to be an unstoppable force coming in on the backside, and now they are annihilated. The surprise pincer move breaks the ranks of Mizu, and the follow-up, the split of the characters. Mizu are ran rampant around. They are destroyed. They didn't even have a chance to fight as a rocket finishes it off. Rock Boom slays the 4th. As Mizu are left with only 1 alive. Gate has now lived. It's 7-0-0, but at what cost?
Gotta love for this Jinx having that rocket following there, the auto attack going over the wall with the flash. And this is going to be not only a successful Baron for them, but an amazing push in the mid lane. Inhibitor's gonna go down. They have top lane pushed as well. They could potentially go there if they wanted to. Clear out the base, get even more entrances open. And not only that, it's a game of a Hextech Soul. And with the Hextech gates, you're gonna be able to move around the map so much easier, which for Mizu is an absolute nightmare.
Imagine just Xin Zhao rushing at you at Mach speed, and you're just like, all right, I don't want to deal with this. This is a pain. That's what's gonna happen. That is what's gonna happen, and not just that, zapping you with lightning from along the wall. If Boschetti lands a bubble on you, you're just in trouble, right? You are just fully in trouble. There's Dora Carey. You can't run anywhere. Just slaughtered where they stand. Not a single chance. It looks like top lane will be the call for St. Clair as they bottle up and get ready for the final push.
Gonna be the final push. Definitely they have the Baron buff. They have the Soul. The Hextech Soul is gonna be on their hands. They're gonna go for this inhibitor turret. The Jinx is gonna finish it off quite easily, and maybe they're gonna even go for a last team fight before they take out the Nexus.
Roots against Roots. It is going to be St. Clair winning that duel out. Look at the rockets in the back line. Gate will finally pay. One rocket doesn't take it, though. No, Gate does live. They are going to try, and yes, the kill comes through, but look at the rest of the team. Once again, Gate looking on the fallen bodies of his comrades is going to try his best. The two carries are up. Dora Carey walks forward, gets killed where he stands, and there we go. The rat is finally annihilated. It is an ace to end the game as St. Clair take game number 1.
Finally, St. Clair not taking just the game, but pulling out the pesticide as well to eradicate the mice. And I was rooting for Gateshound to at least not have died in that game. That would have been the saving grace in my heart. But unfortunately, they had no mercy. St. Clair Saints ruthless in this first match of the quarterfinals of Naystar League. And Orbital, it's looking a little decided already.
It is, and I mean, this is what we expected. If this went any other way, I would be quite surprised, right? St. Clair are the first seed, and we expected them to do so. What I am very happy about is Mizzou went down kicking and screaming pretty much the entire way down, so I'm very, very excited to see what they can do. For Game 2, please don't go anywhere. Naystar League will continue in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for game number 2, and my gosh, this has been a phenomenal time so far. It has been St. Clair College running rampant right now in this matchup. Maybe not as crazy as Maryville, though. We are seeing some distinct differences in how these games tend to wind down, but it does lead me to be very, very excited about what we're going to see here. And again, this would not be possible without our amazing sponsors, one of which is, of course, Mavix. Mavix bringing you some of the best gaming equipment that we can have, especially when it comes to sitting very comfortably. I know for a fact if I'm about to game for about 6 hours, which is normal for me, I assure you, this is one of those times where you do want to be comfortable. You can see there, they bring so much to the industry. Of course, cooling seating surfaces as well as adjustable back height, so it can fit any height that you have, adjustable head and neck support for all of your crazy gaming positions, as well as if you do tend to move around a little bit more, locking enabled wheels, so just about everything. I mean, like, I would use that quite a well, so if I don't know about you.
Yes, considering for me, that would be my first pick. Mavis is an official partner for Naystar League and was featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on sites like Tomes Hardware and Tech Radar. So if you want to grab some juicy discounts, click on the Twitch panel below to get 55% off. 55% off? No, $55 off. There you go. That would be massive. Don't quote me on that. $55 off your next purchase. Mavix, the future of gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time, and the future is now as well for this series. We are about to see the second game of the series, and maybe we get to see Mizzou bite back, but so far, it has been very surgical. You know, we look at the St. Clair Saints. They feel a little bit more methodical. With Maryville, we saw a lot more aggression just out the gate. We saw dive. We saw movement throughout. And yet St. Clair feel a little bit more stalwart. They want to take their steps forward. They want to solidify certain things, especially in that jungle, right? We saw a ridiculous amount of jungle pressure, and that's just crazy in its own right.
Oh, it really is. And if you are tuning into the stream right now, we're talking about St. Clair Saints versus Mizzou. We're on the second game, and Obdo's talking about Maryville because they are the second seed in the playoffs. They have won the quarterfinals against SBU Red just now in the broadcast, so they're going to go for the semi-finals. They are very big giants and contenders for the grand finals of a Naystar League of Legends. And St. Clair Saints, as you said, just being a little more, I would say, professional, right? They're not going like super cocky. They're not going like, they have the confidence. You can see it in their gameplay. You can see it because they know how much damage they can deal and how well they know how to position. But they still go on very strategic moments on every specific places. And the one thing that we mentioned, knowing exactly that if one player dies on the other side of the map, your whole team capitalizes on something much bigger, like a turret, a buff, or something along those lines.
Of course, and maybe we get to see even more of that. Either that or the gameplay just gets wildly out of control. Those are two options there, because Mizzou are going to try their best to give us a grand show. This squad came out with the Blitzcrank. They showed us that they are willing to scrap. And granted, Gate didn't die until the very end, had 7 kills and 0 deaths. Now, yes, you could say that also means that Gate was never in a proper formation with the rest of the team, but we did see it. Gate played quite well, was always on the angle looking for that flank. But how do you get this ADC a little bit closer in the battle? How do you bring this ADC that is getting kills, just maybe not in the way that you want? How do you do that for Mizzou?
I would say that instead of having the Blitzcrank, which is basically you get a hook or you do not. If you don't pick someone, then there's no pick for your ADC. So go for a different type of support that can have a maybe targeted CC or just something that can enable in regards to move speed. I love Lulu's with Twitches, by the way. She has the polymorph, she has the slow, she has the auto attack range, and she has shield and mobility. Not even talking about the ulti that can keep someone healthy for so much longer. So things like that could be very nice alongside Gate, because it felt like if there were plays that could start with Mizzou playing, they didn't because sometimes the hooks didn't land, or sometimes the hook landed on the wrong person. So it's very dangerous, very high risk, high reward that they picked the Blitzcrank. So something different could be good for them. We are jumping into the draft orbital. And Mizu going for something different already out the bat. The Ben is going to be hovered onto the Anivia. We haven't seen that so far. So definitely looking like a targeted ban.
Maybe they may just be having a little bit of fun there. It is the Anivia band in. I like this. Mizzou, I think, is going to enjoy themselves here. Either that or they're just willing to pick up Scion. That is the other option, because I personally know if I see a Scion on the enemy team, sorry the balls, I will pick Anivia all the time. It's just an annoying champion. I probably won't win, don't get me wrong, but it's enough to see a Scion player rage. So St. Clair College deciding what they want to do, as well as the bans have gotten a little bit wonky, right? That's the best way we can put it here. No bans so far, and looks like they did not ban out. Well, we'll have to double check and see if that is actually correct, if St. Clair College opted not to ban out, or if things are looking to be a bit spicy overall.
Yes, we have been seeing a couple of technical difficulties coming from the team's internet, so we'll see if this is related to it or not. We're gonna have a confirmation from production pretty soon. But so far, yeah, it just is scraping out anything that was on the board. Is this correct? am I to believe my eyes that they have a Bel'Veth as their second ban? I still haven't seen. I think there's something going on here.
Yeah, I think they're doing ABC is what I'm seeing here.
Oh my god!
Yeah, if they're doing that, I think there was a little bit of a hiccup. So we'll probably get back to our beautiful faces and get things rolling here. But again, it is true. University of Missouri, they are a squad that do need to shake things up. So, you know, if you want to ban Anivia, go for it. You know, have some fun here. Shake it up once again. I really do hope to see them, because again, it's been a very fun show. On Mizzou's side, I also want to ask, has there, outside of Gate, was there someone that you also want to see step up, an opportunist that maybe for Mizzou's side we could see explode in this game number 2, or has it really, do you feel like the focus in game 2 will once again be Gate on the bot side?
That is a very good question, because Orbital, I think that it's going to depend quite a lot on how the early game goes, because you don't expect that Twitch to pop off so early. Like, it really was something out of the curve. There was a couple of very confident dives coming from St. Clair Saints that got kills to the ADC of Mizzou, and things turned out not to be super intentional, therefore causing the Twitch to have a double buff in the very first 2 minutes of game. So that is something to keep in mind, because it wasn't super calculated. Maybe that's even why you mentioned that St. Clair Saints was super calculated in the rest of the game. But I would say that is more situational in regards to the ADC, especially if they do pick Twitch again. I think that other ADCs could be more reliable. The Xayah could be more reliable just by the sheer fact that she has her ulti and she becomes invulnerable. She is very strong at the moment with very great power spikes. I've seen great performances from Varus as well, and the amount of damage he can cause just with the arrow and the zoning and the poking controlling of the wave, like, it can be done. Things that are more tangible than what we actually saw in the growth that Gate 7 had in the last match. And with that said, I would say that not just the ADC, maybe something from the jungle. Something that comes from the presence that the jungler has, because we saw so much of that from St. Clair Saints. So I want to see something that's similar on the side of Mizzou, something that can get more people activated, because we saw Dora carry in the mid lane and they were just so far behind. They couldn't do anything. And it feels very bad for the rest of your composition, because you get to mid game and all the pieces are scattered around.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting one to watch, and we are gonna wait here. As you can see, we are still waiting for the teams to hit go and get us underway for game number 2. This has been a fantastic night watching what could be the main teams to move on into the semifinals and finals along the way. University of Missouri, though, gonna try and shut that one down, move us to a game number 3. While we do have everyone's attention, we do also want to shout out our awesome other sponsor. It is, of course, the ever so wonderful Extra Life. Extra Life has been fantastic, honestly, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into this because I've had a chance to work with them before. Quite a long time ago, they came into my local area, and I was able to sit down and chat with some of them. And the work that they do, those that are kind of joining up with Extra Life, have always really wanted to help out, and playing games to help change kids' health, change the future of those areas has been phenomenal. So if you're more interested as well in Extra Life, please go ahead, check out the Twitch panel down below and create your own Extra Life team page and get started helping out. So getting into it, we are underway with the actual bans here. We are seeing pretty much the same. Mizzou saying, hey, Olaf and Udir are still the main thing. St. Clair College still saying, Rel, we just don't want to deal with it.
Yes, they do not. A reminder here that they have swapped sides. So University of Missouri on the blue side, St. Clair College on the red. That meaning that Mizzou has the first pick advantage this time around. We'll see what they're going to choose. And considering that I have mentioned the lovely Zaya, that could be a good pick. A option for an ADC that can be a hyper carry and scale super well, but has more protectiveness on her side.
Well, let's see it. Let's see if you're right, Soph. Is it right? Is it right?
Is it right?
Is it? Well, I mean, we still have 20 seconds. This is Zinzao, though. I do appreciate Mizzou banning that one away, saying we don't want to deal with that. That was just too disgusting. And I can appreciate that one. The Maokai, though. Okay. A lot of respect being handed over, but you know what, Mizzou just said, yeah, we're banning that one. Sorry, that one, or we're taking that one away. We just want to take it for ourselves. We're going to have the hyper carry.
Yeah, and it's not the Zaya, but it's the Jinx, which means still a hyper carry, but she deserves and requires much more protection. She's super immobile, but as soon as you get her online, she can do all the work for you and your team. So with this composition, I'd like to see enchanters. I would also like to see very heavy tank engages like an Nautilus, I think I've mentioned. I wouldn't mind seeing something on the likes of healing enchanters for the Jinx. Even the Lulu, I enjoy Lulu with Jinx. But having St. Clair College going for the Tristana first pick might be indicating that they want to be very aggressive with it. Because if you go for a Tristana, you want to go for heavy damage.
Yes, you do. You want to be those bullies, and I like this as well. The Gragas behind it. St. Clair going for that rudeness. This is going to be out of the fog of war. Tristana jumps at you, a Gragas belly slams you, and you are going to be annihilated, right? So Mizzou saying, okay, we may need a little bit of defense. I would actually posit, as much as it sounds really rough and it doesn't work too well with the Jinx, I would love to see a Thresh, but no, they are saying, look, we want to build a stalwart CC lockdown. If anyone jumps on us, we have the way to put them in prison. This is Sejuani coming out here to buff up the team.
I really like that. I think it can suit it well. You can do plenty of plays with Sejuani because of her mobility. You can go over walls, and as soon as you have the level 6, you have a almost certain CC, and in an area as well, which is amazing for them. It would be great in the bot lane. Alright, if they were going for a Rakan, why just not get the Zaya? Well, it's fine, we understand player preferences, but I mean, if you're going for the Rakan, I mean, might as well.
I think it's not bad either, though. The Jinx is still a carry. And again, it doesn't have to be the two together.
But I just love them orbital.
I know you do. I know you do. But it's so like, we gotta give him credit, right? I do wish we could see Zaya Rakan again. That would be so much fun. I do like it, though. The Rakan with the quickness should allow the rest of Mizzou to get away from this engage as heavy as it is. The Nautilus, though, is going to be a pain. The depth charge is going to be so fantastic. And you can see it there. The Pantheon being banned away, saying, okay, University of Missouri need a little bit of early damage, a little bit of early engage as well, and that Starfall, or at least from the skies, can be ridiculous from them. So no time there. Mizzou also bidding away the Malphite, taking away all these engage options from the side of the Saints.
Yeah, we're having that top side being narrowed down once again. As soon as you have that jungle just out of the map, it's fine. You can rotate to another lane, just get things more under your control. If you are Missouri, you have to take into consideration what you're going to pick up first so you can get the counter. Do you want to get the counter on top lane? Do you want to get the counter on mid lane? And we'll see what they're going to choose. This time around, St. Clair College goes for the Yasuo. Very interesting. We do have a knock-up with the hands of Rakan, so that would make sense. It's possible that the mid laner for Mizzou has a Yasuo player. and maybe that would be a disaster. So very nice and respectful there from St. Clair College, noticing that some things can just be a powerhouse in the hands of the enemy.
Love it. You gotta love it. You gotta love the respect handed over. The Jack says, well, just nope, not dealing with it here today. The Saints do have quite a few options at their hands. The question is, do you want to take away that mid right away? Do you want to blind pick it? You can go for the R. You can go for a little bit of safety. You could even go for a little bit of just raw damage at the back line. I'm thinking maybe Victor, but I would like the Ari. If you're going to chase forward, no. They are going to go ahead and say, get the Elise, get that early game pressure down. This is a great way to bully a Sejuani out of the game. I like this call.
Yeah, very interesting as well, because you're not only getting the early game pressure, you're also getting an AP jungler, which would indicate that you're going to go for something more AD in the mid lane for St. Clair College, which would be very interesting. Maybe in a Yone, that would make sense as well. I think that from the AD players, from the AD champions in the mid lane, there aren't that many that are super viable. Missouri is going to pick the Aatrox for the top lane. And I think that's really good, considering that we have the Gragas that's probably going to go top lane. I think that works really nicely.
Yeah, I would be happy about that one. And you can see it there. Mizzou are like, okay, yeah, we know where that Gragas is going. Give us that pain. The Aatrox locked in and raring to go. The scary dominant in that top side. Of course, Gragas is turning it into a skill matchup. The Yone, let's go.
I called it.
You are a prophet right there, saying, all right, let's go a little bit spicy here. And for St. Clair, they go, how the heck do we deal with this? Yone in the mid lane can be bullied out quite well, but what exactly do you want to run into it? You might go for another hyperscaler in the mid lane, a bruiser, maybe even take that top side champion pool and send it hard.
Yes,
but
possible.
no, they're going to go with Irelia. Yes, I was so excited about this. Yes.
Look at that. Interesting, because we were talking about the presence that an AG champion is going to be necessary in the mid lane for St. Clair College. But at the same time, you wouldn't expect Missouri to have an AD champion in the mid lane as well, considering that the only AP damage they're going to have is from Sejuani and a little tiny bit from Rakan. In the old days of Rakan mid, you could do more damage. But considering his support, they are lacking some of that damage. So you're gonna see the Nautilus just, of course, he was already gonna do that, but he's gonna thrive on armor. And if the Gragas has something similar on their sleeves as well, not going just for a lot of damage on AP, you're going to have two gigantic front lines with so much armor to go through.
So much to think about, so much armor to pierce if you are Mizzou, praying that you can get through. Same with St. Clair's side, so much to pierce through. You're hoping the Elise can also melt and, kind of chip away at some of the opponents at the early stage. So let's go ahead and send it to a quick break. We'll make sure the players are set. Hopefully no more pauses along the way, and maybe we get that clean gameplay. Times are tough though, so let's go ahead and get things underway. Please don't go anywhere. Nace Star League. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with game number 2, and honestly, this game should be a lot of fun. We get a much spicier top side this time around. It is the Aatrox and most likely the Gragas, but I mean, so if you were looking at it, we all want to see it. The Yone versus Aurelia. I mean, break it down for me.
Oh, breaking it down. Okay. All right. So, early stages, the Aurelia is still going to have a lot of that healing provided from her abilities. She's probably going to go Corrupted Potion, I would say. The Yone might be going a long sword potion type of style. It's possible he wants to go very early on engaging her as well, or if he just wants to farm it out. One thing that we know is that Yone is going to get much more powerful because of his ulti. Still, he can be very annoying because of his abilities going in, getting people up in the air. At the same time, Aurelia is going to be just so successful at farming and guaranteeing the last hits on CS. So I think that it's going to be super interesting how they play the matchup on 1v1s, but it's definitely going to be a big difference once you have the Elise and the Sejuani into play. Are we going to see counter ganks going on? I would love to see that sort of reactivity from Mizu, to have them so aware of the map and tracking down the junglers so well that they know where to be to counter. And we are right here into the game. That was so close though. You had that escape from Ethos, and it's not going to be a first blood for St. Clair. It's still going to be a nice invade they have coming here. Not actually putting a ward. Interesting. Decided it's not that necessary to do it. On the other side, Mizu super aggressive on the red buff.
I would give it that it was a solid play, right? You get the flash out and you try, but Sketty couldn't make it happen. But you know what? Mizu are going to be ready to go. If this actually is a check by Akashi, this could be so scary. And you can see the rest of them. Akashi and Maddie knows something is up. Come on, Mizu, don't back out now. You want this so badly. You see one, you see the pings. This is going to be so dicey. Everyone's quiet. Regular Flare walking in. That's going to be a bully move, and they both get belly slammed back. One more auto attack should be able to get the stun down. Do they get it? No, they don't. They don't want to expend any sort of spells. It feels like it could have gone a little bit better, but it is enough. Prodigium is going to get a little bit of a step up in the jungle cycle.
Definitely enough, and definitely a wonderful begin for Mizu. They're going to feel much more confident this time around. We'll see if Sejuani is going to go for something more ballsy in invading much more, but still, it's already going to be your enemy jungler fighting for those camps. In the mid lane, we saw some damage going into Dori Carry as well, but Akashi had that damage brought back to her because of a tower shot. So things still looking a little even, but not calm.
It's never calm, I feel like. It's even but never calm. These two teams now with a little bit more duelist mentality, right? You can see in the mid lane as well. It's a lot more just fight as hard as possible. Fight, get the advantages, be able to bully your opponent out, take a CS lead, take an experience lead, take everything lead. So I want to see if they can pull it off, but for right now, Arrogance still only level 1. Having a little bit of a difficult time, just hit level 2, but can't get the auto attack down to heal up. So far, Ricky LaFleur playing this top side very, very well.
Yes, we had that Lux in the mid lane, but it's going to be the side of the jungle here. The Mizu trying to defend it. They have been able to at least get them out. The Elise Maddie is going to focus on the chickens, while the blue team goes for the red buff. They're still going to get it, so Prodigium 1 camp ahead, 2 camps ahead from Elise. Maybe they're going to even get these, and there you have it.
Oh, it's so good. Maddie getting some revenge here and happily walking away. Yes, Prodigium is up, but it's still going to be an annoyance factor. It's all the Elise really does want to do. The Elise just wants to be a bully, wants to be annoying all the way through, and try and force Prodigium to focus on farming. You can see there the ping's already going down here. Prodigium level 3, same with Maddie. They're going to try and trade it out, but the auto attack is going to win. But take a look, Akashi is the first one rotating down, and so is Musketti and Rock Boom. Because of that, Mizu lose out on the jungle initiative. Now a stun in the mid lane. Rick LaFleur walking down. Had a bully moment out. Dora Carey is going to have to try and get over the wall. But that's Rick LaFleur getting a bump on 3. And now a knockup does not land, but they're going to try and turn it. Akashi might get stunned out here, but no, the follow-up. They do get first blood, and the healing Dora Carey is still alive. They get a second. No, they don't. That's going to be the stun over the wall. Prodigium looking to try and close out Maddie. Another cocoon lands, but it should be enough. There's the slaughter. Yes! Ethos ready to follow up on the back line, and it is a 2-for-1 value for Mizu.
Wow, Mizu, yes, give this sort of playstyle to me. You are executing it so well. Careful there, because the Aurelia can dive you. She's going to get 1 tower shot there and give up on her journey. But gosh, Orbital, that was amazing. All the plays there. I would say that I was a little concerned because I saw Akashi coming in and helping the jungler first, then Dora Carey did. So we saw that Dora Carey had to be in a, ended up being in a very hard position. I think they had to flash away as well. So did the Sejuani. So with that, you're a little unstable. You're thinking about, well, was this a good idea? And then us watching the game, we see Ethos coming along as well. And with the healing and the knockups that I know they didn't land, but the shielding from the Rakan was enough to keep them alive longer. And with that, they got the first blood. They got the second one onto Maddie as well. And that is going to be huge for Mizu. It may seem like little, but it's less than 5 minutes into the game. And this time, Mizu has almost a 1k gold lead on St. Clair, first seed in the playoffs.
And it's nice to see, but of course you want to also see where that gold lead goes. We talked about it before, right? It was a gate in the last game. Had an extensive lead in the bot side, but how do you rotate that gold out? Most of the gold is also on Prodigium, so we want to see that gold utilized in a proper fashion. We want to see Prodigium be able to walk their way forward and be a nasty menace. We want to see kind of everything go off on their way, and it looks like we do have a little bit of a connection error, so hopefully we get the teams back into it. That is always unfortunate to hear the call out. Everyone DC'd. Painful times.
Very painful indeed. But I think it's even more time for us to talk a little bit about this, right? I think that it makes so much difference for Mizu's confidence. They have better mental coming this time around. They have a composition that can really show good plays in these early stages. They're putting that to good use. And you talked about the conversion of the gold, right? It was still 2 kills for Prodigium. But you had the mid laner and the support getting 2 assists both. That is already so much compared to what we had in the last game. So I think this is amazing. So I totally agree with you, Orbital. You want to see Prodigium not going just from that to a 3-4 kills on their name. You want to have that going to the ADC. You want to have that going to the mid laner. And we are jumping back into the game, hopefully for the longest time, as we expect this not to fall anytime soon. But the dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. I know nobody should be going for that one that soon, but there's still quite a lot of wards coming from St. Clair to the bottom side of the river.
Yes, there are, and that's why you can see Rockboom and Boschetti playing super far forward. They have the full vision input, and they know for a fact that for Mizzou's side, there ain't no jungler. This can be ours the entire time is what they're saying. They get a plate for their troubles, and now that opens up a possible dragon take as well. This is going to be that early setup of excuse me, the Hextech Drake. It's only one. It's not great, but it is enough. You get a little extra attack speed and ability haste.
Oh yeah, that's going to be good regardless, because you're going to be building that towards your soul, towards getting that soul point. We're still very far away from it, but it's nice to see that things are setting up in a better pace for Mizzou. And mid lane is going to be Maddie going on Dora Carry. Are they going to escape this one? I don't think so.
Nope, it was just clean. That's all it really is. It's just super clean. And that's the scary thing about it. We did say that the Yone is a spicy pick, but once the Aurelia comes in, it's a skill matchup, right? It's a skill diff matchup that you have to watch for. And for the side of St. Clair, they're saying, yeah, we have it a little bit better. Maddie has good ganks to kick things off, so nice way to play it out. And now the question is, what can Mizzou do from there? This is going to be a jump in. Heal comes out from Rockboom almost immediately, and that's a jump forward, but Gate with almost no mana is going to have a difficult time. You only have the auto attacks, but it might be enough. You can see Rockboom and Boschetti used everything in their back pocket, and yet Gate and Ethos are still very healthy.
Very nicely done there. You not only had that much abilities and some of the spells going in, they managed to get the stun onto Gate 7, but Prodigium is on the back line. What a rotation. That's going to be huge for them, but the Tristana might be able to get it. They don't, and even though it was a double kill, it's still a double kill for Prodigium, so we hope to see something even better coming from Mizzou, but this is an amazing start, Orbital.
That flash as well, keeping Ethos alive and only allowing 1 kill to go the way of Rockboom. You'll take it. You'll take it at this point. However, again, kill difference in the ADC role means that Tristana will have a very slight advantage, mainly in the boots and dagger, a little bit extra attack speed and a little bit more movement, so Ethos better be on their toes. For right now, though, a lot of aggression in the bot side and in mid lane, and Maddie is going to look towards mid once again. The tents have been set up. A little bit of a dash back, level 6 on both ends, but Boschetti is here to play. Mizzou say they don't want anything about this 2v3.
Yeah, they do not. Oh, the cocoon is going to land, but Ethos has arrived as well, and it's a 3v3 now, Orbital.
Oh, it is a 3v3, but level 6 is all the way around. It's a little bit of a difference. And a 3-man stun! Look at that ulti. It is a catch, and maybe they can turn it into a 1v1. It's a 1v2 now, as another cocoon comes out. And they'll take a Dora carry. Now getting lit up and chopped down. The HP damage is too strong, as that will be the execute as Maddie chomps down on a third.
Oh, very close. I think Dora Carey unfortunately overstated that welcome on that push. They had to just come back on their ability. They even tried to get, and they did use the ignite as well, so really going for a kill on Maddie, it was not going to happen. Gotta be a little more conservative and respect the enemy's damage, especially when you are in a 1v2 and you're against Boschetti, who's going to be stunning you left, right, and center. Bot lane, they're gonna try to get something going, but again, it's Rockboom being able to control the lane just 1v2.
I mean, Rockboom, that's the power of a Tristana. You're very ungankable is the best way to put it. Unless you are burning the quickness, and Ethos does not have that up, unless you are burning the Glacial Prison, you're not really going to be able to lock down this Tristana. It's unless she walks into the fight, unless she is willing to burn her own rocket jump. So for right now, they're okay just taking this dragon. The Zoo are able to collect a global objective, walk their way out, and look towards a level 6. This could be the spice that they are missing.
It's impressive to see that they even got that Drake because the pressure from St. Clair was so good in the early stages in the bot lane. You had the... Oh, okay, never mind, go in.
So good on that ulti. We said it right. There's only a few ways that you can do it in the solo lanes, but in the bot lane, you're able to make it happen with Prodigium. Yes, Prodigium is at now 5-1-1, but it's a kill nonetheless.
Oh, it definitely is a kill nonetheless, but I would have loved for Gate to get this one. Maddie is going to help here in the bot lane. No ADC to be seen, but just the support in the jungler. The one thing I was saying is Mizu really executing things well to convert a Drake into a presence in the bot lane when you saw that Rockboom and Muschetti was so comfortable in that lane, even when Rockboom was just alone by themselves. They had control over the wave until the moment that Gate 7 and Ethos said, nah, this is going to be going in our pace and you are going to get engaged.
Such a good call out and such a good time, but remember this mid lane has been the main point. It is going to be a dive under this tower, and that's just dogpiling to the extreme. You love to see it, at least if you're on the side of St. Clair. Dora Carey could not even flash, could not get out at all.
Oh my god, St. Clair really using everything there. What? How much? Did they use like 3 ultis there? Is that what I saw?
Yes, no, they do not want Dora Carey to get out at all. It was just, yeah, everything. Layer it, do whatever you got to shut down this Yone.
Yeah, this Yone is going to be CC'd for an extra life as well. And in the mid lane, Prodigium is going to try to get some of the farm, try to not have their mid laner so far behind. But it's going to be a 3v2 here in the bot lane, so Mizu's got to be careful.
And Maddie right now, it's 3v2, but not just that, it's with the jungler, right? This is going to be the Herald being dropped, and the rest of the team is going to scatter down, but the tower should go down very easily. And because of that, Maddie and Rockboom are okay with this. They drew so much pressure. You can see Dora Carey even coming down, going ahead and giving an advantage over to Akashi once again in the lane advantage. So big win for St. Clair once again. It may not be in the kills specifically, it may be a little bit dicey there. They're still very, very strong, and they're controlling where Mizu are trying to defend against.
And the orbital, it's the St. Clair way, isn't it?
Yes.
It felt like Mizu was a little bit on the lead. We saw them at least 1k on the lead at one point. And then all of a sudden, once again, you have them ahead in gold. So far, it has been from the conversion of gold that you had in the mid lane. Every single time that you had a kill going onto Dora Carey, you had that being at least a 3 assists for them. So it's working out super well.
Yes, it is. They are so happy. And now the rotate even up on the top. I like this call. Rockboom healing, though, just to ensure that nothing else comes of it. They don't want to be surprised. So burning that summoner spell just to ensure a little bit more lane presence because that bot side went down. You now trade out, and once again, it's proactivity. I like it. St. Clair, once again, we talked about it. Unlike Maryville, they feel a bit more surgical. They feel a little bit more clinical. They go by the book. It's just good macro. Yes, their mechanicals are great as well, but they rotate. They call for these jumps. It's not, hey, I'm strong in this lane. I'm just going to keep pushing forever. It feels very dedicated to getting a lead and getting that lead as a team instead of a single individual.
It's true. I would say over to that St. Clair, by playing by the books, in the second game, we have Mizu having a read of that book. I think they're having a read of how St. Clair wants to play the game, and they are understanding how they can play against it. And it's so far worked out well, much better than the last time. They're still a little bit behind, so they have to try to converge it better.
Yes, it is. And now a big question comes out. That's going to be on the bot side. We see a twofold maneuver. This is Ricky LaFleur making short work. Dora Carey in the top side, though. This is a chance. That's Gate getting a kill. A big turnaround. Gate once again with multi-frags in the belt is hoping to get one here. However, Maddie is here with the execution. Slaughters the ADC where they stand, and it's a double kill for the Elise.
And once again, you have a look at the map. You have the jungler, you have the top, you have the support. Of course, it was a bot lane matchup in the top lane, but still, all the rest of the team was here. You just have Arrogant here, you just have Prodigium here. So Mizu was keeping up a good pace, but St. Clair is just stepping up further. They're making it even faster, and now Mizu's falling a little bit behind, trying to get some space, trying to breathe a little bit more, and to find the places to have space to play in these fights. So far, St. Clair leaving them no room, Orbital.
Yes, they are They are. Mizzou's kind of like just struggling. They're in a well. They're very tightly enclosed, and they're kind of gasping. They're just looking for any sort of advantage, which at the same time, very, very necessary. It's going to be a dance of angles as Arrogant dodges on almost every single stun, even the disarm. Is allowed to walk away. Rest of the team moving up, but it does draw 3 to the top side, whereas Dragon is available, so St. Clair win out on the macro once again.
Yes, and it's something that I've been doing consistently is, okay, maybe this player is in the top path. It feels a little bit instigating to try and go in a 1v1 versus Akashi, but yeah, the rest of the team is doing what matters most in the grand scheme of things. But Mizzou is getting a trade onto the Herald, which I really, really like. So it wasn't something that came out to nothing. It was one buff for another. We're going to have a Mountain Soul in this game, which is going to benefit a lot the team that already has tanks, but definitely the team that has those squishies as well.
And they're always deciding here as we get into a little bit of the mid-game, getting into these standings. It's only 2k difference, honestly, 2.5k difference, which is not terrible by all stretch of the imagination. It's just they do have to worry about what comes next. As we take a look, that Herald, as you stated, Prodigium looking on where they want to use it, but it seems right now Mizzou are just, at this point, trying to contain a lot of the problems that are currently going down. Akashi does have flash available, and that's going to be a draw of the ulti. Now the stun comes out into a little bit of a heartbreaker. They're going to try and CC him down, but Akashi lives, and now Prodigium under the tower can't finish the kill off, and because of that, they're now locked into a dangerous, dangerous spot. Arrogant able to get the knock on Boschetti, who gets knocked out of there. Oh, the rocket!
Whoa!
Thinks right past Maddie. What a long-range play right now, as the rest of Mizzou are ready to go, but look at that. The execution from Maddie once again makes the Elise be dominant. Now a double knock-up into the depth charge. Arrogant goes under the tower. This is the world ender, ending a few worlds, at least in this life. Dora Carey is going to try and fight under the tower, and another knock-up can't land. Maddie cannot burn Dora Carey enough, and you know what? It's a 1 for 2 for Mizzou.
Mizzou Esports showing us that even though they are the 8th seed of the playoffs, they're putting that all onto the table. That was exceptional gameplay of League of Legends. Gate 7 with an incredible snipe had everyone gasping. I would presume, oh, the angle on that was amazing because you could predict that the rest of the teams would, the players would be in front of, but the missile came from the side. Very nicely done by Mizzou's ADC. And not only that, you have the instant TP from Arrogant in the top lane, even though you didn't get that quick, immediate kill for Prodigium onto Maddie. No, onto Akashi, excuse me. You still had all players talking to each other. It was an ulti coming from one side for the ADC, the TP for the top laner, the support that was there, and then you see that Mizzou has the whole team playing as a unit.
They did it so well, and you know what? That might have been a moment that gave them a glimpse of glory once again. Of course, only time will tell if this can continue. You know what? It can all start with a single moment. Still, though, we are seeing the rest of St. Clair still look like monsters. Even though they lost out a little bit, mid lane is going to fall in their favor. St. Clair open up the map once again, and you can see they are working their way carefully through the enemy jungle. They're looking at the top side, who Dora Carey once again has been a unfortunate recipient of multiple dives here. They're going to look. That is going to be the heartbreaker zone to keep them out of the CC, and they're going to try and break it down again. Tower being the 3rd member of the team in this dive, and they're going to use it to great effectiveness. Look at the healing. Look at the moves. They're still alive. What a ridiculous angle. St. Clair tried to battle it out and lose out enough. Maddie now ready to go in the back line. That's going to be a scatter, though. They're all split, but a knockup once again. Gate is on a rampage. Slaughters another, gets a shutdown on Maddie. And it's a 4 for 2 battle in a 3v5. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they are not kidding. Mizzou Esports Orbital. That was beyond impressive. You said it was a 5v3. Behind the turret, it started out as a 5v2, and then you had your top laner who couldn't join the party because they didn't have TP. There's no more TP in your team to be found, so you need to walk there, but the rest of the team was walking there. You get Prodigium and Dora Carey with such insanely timed ultimates as they did under that tower. They remain alive for 10 more seconds. That is incredible and just enough for the rest of the team arrive. You have Athos coming with the healing, coming with the shielding, coming with the knockups, and then Gate comes to finish it all off. Sinclair still had some redemption in taking 2 kills, but it's double for Mizu, showing that they are turning this game on its head.
Granted, though, that was a reactionary play. That has to be stated. That was a reaction play from Mizu, and St. Clair were punished for it. And no tower this time around this dragon. Scary temptations. Wondering what can happen here, as again, this dragon could seal the deal, at least at the start of a push towards Soul. It is Mountain. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the best thing either. Ricky LaFleur off on the angle. Belly slams Arrogant. Who's taking quite low. That's going to be a pop of that sigil, and that's going to be a big whiff on the ulti. No one's stunned up. However, the Heartbreaker brings it onto the backside. Maddie has to get out of the fight, but Akashi wrecking through the back lines and the front lines as well. The rest of Mizu slowly fall. Rock Boom chases Arrogant and Gate. It's a double kill for Akashi. Now Rock Boom in a dangerous scenario gets brought back. The rest of the team is there to help out, but now Gate is excited. No one has fallen outside of Rock Boom, and that's all that they could ask for. Without the tower, Mizu fall 3-1.
3-1, but they're looking to get some pressure as well here, taking Ricky LaFleur out of the party, but it's not going to be necessary to have your top laner when you have 3 players and the jungler in the pit. It's going to be very easy to secure that Drake. It's still no one's soul point just yet, so it's going to be an advantage, if not that big. Still an advantage for Sinclair, but that fight was definitely Sinclair showing that they know how to do things. And as you said, when they have the upper hand of going in, and Mizu don't have the best reaction time on it, it can get devastating for Mizu. So for them, it's a very exhausting play of having to react so fast every single time. And I think what would make a difference for them, Orbital, would be to not just be quick on your reaction, but also be very nice in proactively making plays and at the same time predicting what's going to be Sinclair's strategy.
I like how we're just saying this like it's so easy to do against the likes of a 7-0 squad that is first seed for a reason. We're just like, oh yeah, no, do all these things. It's what's necessary, but it's very difficult to pull off. So huge props to Mizu for even making this one look close considering what the early game did. It's still quite dangerous. That's going to be the top tower falling. It is now all 3 outers going down. Baron is on the table. No dragon to speak of, but that'll be up in 3.5. So Mizu, they gave up a little bit. They're now going to look. That's going to be a catch on Akashi. Another knockup lands, but the TP is coming in, and this has to slaughter quickly. That's going to be Akashi trying to stay alive. The TP is fall through, but Arrogant on the backside is caught by 3. This is a dangerous scenario. Dora Carry can't get anyone in the ulti. Jinx is so late to the party, and because of that, the rocket does minimal damage. Over the wall, the rockets are going to try and fire away. What is that ward? That ward soaks up 2 autos, and they are melting. Yes, the Ignite in the back line gets the kill. Dora Carry was able to get it, but Rock Boom is looking stronger on the day. The heal comes in. The crit makes it happen. Dora Carey, you got nothing. That's going to be the satchel. That's going to be the explosive charge. And that is the buster shot to ace Mizu Esports.
It's an ace for Sinclair Saints in an amazing fight there. I think that it was maybe Boschetti who got the ward going. That was insane because when you are attacking that fast as a Jinx can attack, you are just gonna end up attacking whatever is on your way. And if you put something there, your mouse might end up clicking on it, and there were 2 hits on that ward, and there were 2 hits that are not going to get damage onto Sinclair's teammates. And amazing how they got that happening, because Mizu were trying to stand strong. I believe that Gate should have just tried to get to the party, do the chompers and the rocket damage before trying to get the super mega death rocket, because as you said, Orbital, it's not going to do that much damage if the targets are not low on health. So they arrived, didn't really connect. On the other hand, St. Clair Saints had everything connecting for them. They got, or Arrogant just caught up on the right side of the fight. They had vision in the jungle, and with that, they forced Arrogant into a flash, try to get them panicky away, and it works. And with that, it's just the fight is theirs all the way.
Broken down exceptionally well. And so much so happening in that fight that we're already set up for the next. Right now, St. Clair are rushing through the jungle. They're asking, where can we go next? Moschetti clearing out a pink ward as it is looking like a mid and bot side push with the Sparrow active. Again, they have it up for a few moments, about a minute 40 left on the timer, but that is plenty to work with. That's going to be a Scryers going down. Rockboom on the back line just saying, yeah, this is ours. We're not worried. And take a look at where Dora Carey is, all the way on the top side. This is a 4v5 attempt. And remember, we've seen what Mizzou look like when they're coordinated, but not having that Yone means that they are banking on some of the extra gold that they can have on the back line. You can see they're trying to shove this as hard as they can. A single play on the top side is forcing St. Clair to now rotate mid.
Yeah, they're going to rotate mid, try to get something here on the dive. The Cocoon is going to land, but they can't really follow up onto Gate 7. And they're going to try to get damage coming from the flanks. And now with the minions arriving, they're going to take down this turret. I think it was a misplay from Mizzou sending their mid laner there. They really need the damage and the engage potential. And CC Chain with Prodigium and Dora Carry together. You're sending your mid laner with no TP to the other side of the map when your base is starting to slowly get wrecked. You got to be very careful with your decision at this point. And it didn't pay off at all for Mizzou, unfortunately for them. They didn't take out that turret in the top half, and the rest of St. Clair took 2 inner turrets from Mizzou.
2 inner turrets, and possibly so much more. This is going to be the Dragon. Gonna put St. Clair on soul point, so Mizzou might fight for it. They are gonna find Rick LaFleur once again in the top side. This is exactly how the fight broke out last time, but let's take a look. Over the wall they go. They get 2 in the back line, but look at the spread. The cast sets them all down. And again, Rockboom is untouched in the back line. They kill Maddie. But at what cost? Again, that's the jungler down. As long as Prodigium stands tall and true, this Dragon is in favor of Mizzou. They're going to try and fight once again. Look at the Rockets in the back line. It is a double kill. Gate is popping off. They get excited. It's there. Oh, Rockboom didn't get over the wall. The last Rocket cannot kill, and they have to kill the ones in front. That is a triple kill for Gate. Gate is rushing for Akashi. What a turnaround. Mizzou with the team fight at the river and secure Dragon as well.
I think it was all relying on Gate 7's position. That was so good. They were so patient, which is something that we noticed about them in the last match. We saw them as Twitch being at the very edge of the fight. Twitch being able to have so much range as well, that becomes easier. Jinx as well, the same characteristic, changing between the quick attacks and the launches. And with that, they managed to stay at the very rim of the team fight, dealing damage as soon as they had the chance, but also stepping back, knowing I can deal damage here, but if I give one step forward, this Nautilus is going to go on me, the Cocoon is going to come from Maddie, the stun is going to come from Akashi, and Rockboom is going to jump on my head. So that was insanely well coordinated by the whole team, but especially the confidence in their positioning from Gate 7 was the key to making that turn so well as it did for Mizzou.
It really did, and now looking forward, all eyes are on St. Clair, right? Gate is now becoming a menace. Rockboom has to find an opportunity, and as you said, Maddie and the rest of the squad, they're looking a little bit rattled here. 2 Dragons to 2. It's a pretty nice setup, and now we're waiting for Mizzou to find a huge breaking point, right? Mid tower is quite low. Good look for that, but they're also looking for Akashi. Akashi has not found an opportune moment to really go in, and this is why they're constantly on the hunt. Mizzou are constantly in the face of St. Clair. It's looking scary, so for right now, it is a quiet play. All 5 members of Mizzou currently crowding around this mid lane. It's looking like an NAA ram all over again.
Yeah, the tower very close and very tempting for Mizzou. They're gonna get flanked by Regular Flood. They gotta be careful with their positioning, because if an explosive casket can hit on them, that could be absolutely devastating for Mizzou, and they're gonna go in.
Yes, they are. Rick LaFleur gets caught out, but goes into that stopwatch. Take a look at the TP on the back line. Rockboom is stunned up, but the damage is there. Rockboom gets a great slaughter, but the front line falls too quickly, and because of that, Maddie and Rockboom are annihilated. Akashi had no chance. Look at where Akashi was in the back line. St. Clair were splits, and it allows Mizzou to run roughshod.
Would you look at that? Absolutely incredible from Mizzou being able to get that play going for them. As you said, Akashi was on the wrong side of the fight. They were trying to get a flank going. It's something that you said as well. Mizu is being so aggressive every single time they have to get something going for them. They are doing it. They're not giving them any slack, as St. Clair has not given them that in the past. And it's working out so well for them. They're fighting fire with fire, as St. Clair's has been able to put out. And it's going to be not just the 2 Drakes contested and now in the hands of Mizu against the 2 Drakes from St. Clair. It's going to be the first Baron of the game for St. Clair as well. No, second.
We can count. Don't worry. We can count. We absolutely can.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's hard. But right now, remember, this is the 8th seed. This is Mizzou Esports saying, listen, don't talk about seeding too much. We're going to see what happens again. This is another Dragon coming up in about 1:30. So the rest of St. Clair are desperately trying to get coverage and vision. And their time is slowly ticking away. We have to keep eyes on where this Akashi is. We need to see a clean team fight for them if they want to close this one out 2-0. Because at this point, Mizzou may have found their entry point. The bottlenecks are coming in. You can see St. Clair do not want to test their limits. Dora carry now with the GA as well. 3 items deep. This is looking so good. 5-man squad just running straight up mid.
Yeah, and it's a good decision to go for the completed Guardian Agent, as you said, on the hands of Dora Carey, because you are acknowledging that this might as well be do or die. You're showing your opponent that you know that you're going in, and maybe it's not going to work, but if it doesn't, it's just the end of the series, isn't it? So you got to be very careful on how you play it. You also have a stopwatch in the hands of the Jinx, which is going to be super useful for them. Overall, Mizu has been able to protect the Jinx really, really well, and we'll see how that's going to go with this fight here in the jungle.
That's gonna be a hook, though. They did find Prodigium, and in goes Rock Moon, but the charm comes out and loads them all up. Over the wall, Akashi gets a multi-stun, but Dora Carey is pushed off. That's gonna be the bunch of shots to keep him out and alive, and that's the slaughter back. But the Jinx is still alive. They try and catch Kate, but Jade is still running away. There we go, Akashi. Now finally in the battle, it's just the meat takes, but Dora Carey was able to catch Rock Moon, and now the rest of St. Clair have to run away. They are killed.
Wow.
The lifesteal, the sustain is just too strong, and Mizzou have weathered the absolute storm. They are going to be caught. Akashi tries to dance back, but it's an ace for Mizzou as they have pushed past the early game. They pushed past the mid, and in this late game scenario, take the first ace of the game.
3k gold ahead. Finally, they've reclaimed the lead in the very first minutes. They have 3 members with Baron. They're taking out the inhibitor turrets. Inhibitor itself. So long for the players to come around. 10 seconds at least for most of them. And St. Clair is looking at a very worthy opponent in these quarterfinals.
And it's crazy to think about as well. Again, St. Clair came out of this at 7-0. Yes, some of those were 2-1s, but it's looking dicey nonetheless. We are going to get a quick pause here just to ensure that the teams are good to go. We want to make sure that Mizzou are playing at full strength. We want to make sure St. Clair are playing at full strength, but this gives us a moment. We get to figure out what exactly is going wrong, and honestly, for St. Clair, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything inherently wrong. It's just their composition ran out of time.
I will say, Abdul, the things that I mentioned that they should add to their gameplay as well. So they were being good at being reactive. Check. I said it would be nice for them to be more proactive. Check. They had to not only do that, but also predict the strategy coming from St. Clair. Check. I was really sure that with the gameplay that they were delivering to us, that they were able to do the things that I was mentioning. They've absolutely delivered. They brought this to the table. 28 kills to 25 kills. Again, this is the 8th seed against the 1st seed in the playoffs of Naystar League, and they are building such a strong late game that it would be hard to take Gate 7 down, but that has to be the focus for St. Clair. Of course, it has already been, but the way that the rest of the players have been playing together on Mizu's side has just been amazing, outstanding, really surpassing the expectations, especially given what we saw in the first game of this series. But it shows that they learned. They really learned, and they're putting things to the test right now.
so much on the line, and you were talking about Gate 7 being one of the star carries. We take a look at the other side, right? Dora Carey and Arrogant have also been so solid. Arrogant having only died once in this game. Dora Carey was the immediate focus of multiple St. Clair ganks, and yet is able to bounce back. It's kind of that Yasuo buff, right? That Yone buff that we all know and hate. It's you know, the O10 power spike, but this one came online much earlier. Getting that GA third item was pivotal. You can see in St. Clair's inventory, they realize, hey, this sustain coming out of this squad is just too dang strong. But honestly, just Morellos are just looking at those Oblivion orbs. It's not enough, right? You need a little bit more. This dragon could be very important. It's another time for the rest of St. Clair to try and find a fight. And Mizzou, at this point, most likely identify that all they have to do is just play front to back, and they win this 90% of the time.
It's true. I think if you're St. Clair, you want to get this Drake, you want to get your soul point going, and we'll see how that's going to go with this little technical issue going on. There we have it. We're back on the settle, and judging by Mizzou's positioning, they can't really contest this one. They're not really interested in contesting this one because I think they see what you see, and I agree as well, which is just run it back. Get things going in those very straightforward team fights. You have the top lane pushing quite a lot. The rest of the team is positioning for the bottom lane as well. So you're going to have that split effort on all sides. That is going to be very great for them. You have the Jinx that can push so fast. The Aatrox is going to be good pushing in the lanes as well. So we'll see how and where they're going to prioritize their forces. But still, there is nothing on the board at this moment. No Drake has been taken out. 2 minutes for the next Baron. We look at St. Clair, they might be looking to go for a mid lane push, but they gotta be careful with bot lane.
I mean, this is literally all that's gonna happen. We're gonna see Mizzou basically cannonball their way to a win. They're actually going to try and base race this. I actually like this call. They're going to try and race it down. Take a look. Again, it's just Tristana ready to push, but keep eyes. The Jinx is going to be so fast as well, but it looks like Mizzou chicken out. They're all going to recall, and now it's a quick race to try and slow them down. Arrogant is going to get back first. Inhibitor does go down. That's going to be a cocoon, and now look at the Rockets. Look at the pain. Arrogant is taken quite low, but it's the Inhibitor. Remember, that's a big dub for the side of St. Clair. They now get topside tower as well, so in the frantic push, it's actually St. Clair that come out on a much higher standard.
I think this really goes to show how much experience St. Clair has in these situations. Very high pressure, and Mizzou had been performing amazingly thus far. But the moment they were faced with, wait, what? We were going to go for a back cap. What are you doing? This is not your back door. This is our back door. What are you doing? And they just find themselves in a position where the other team knows exactly what they have to do, which is stop the recalls, and they did it. So they got the inhibitor, they got the other turret as well in top lane. So super well executed by St. Clair, showing that they know how to turn this around and to take this into a sweep, and not the game 3 that Mizzou wants.
Well, getting into this now, it's a chance. Because again, St. Clair, for all that's happened for the last few teammates that have occurred, Mizzou are still on the back foot in the global objective game. Take a look, soul point right now. If St. Clair are able to get those the mountain soul, that could be a huge point. Same with another Baron. If they get this Baron, it could be a game breaking. Let's see what they can do. Right now, it's a little bit of a punch. Waiting it out. And Prodigium is there first. So they do have to relinquish control. It looks like Mizzou might have first call on whether they want to do Baron or not.
Yeah, they got a Scutter Crab. They have to clear out the vision here. They have the detection ward in the pit and just regular wards from St. Clair as well. But the rest of the area is scouted out. If they give out that position, and they have just given this space for St. Clair to clear out the vision, that could be very difficult for Mizzou to try to reestablish the high ground that they had for this fight.
Everyone feels, even though they might have the high ground, it feels like everyone's on even footing. This late into the game, players are starting to hit max items. You can see it there, mainly for the ADCs. Gate at full strength. I believe that's Dora Carey still working on their one as well. But there we go. The Baron is now started. It is dark. It is very, very dark inside of the pit. Baron drawing down so quickly, and the rest of the team has to get there. Is this going to be a steal attempt? Maddie might look for it, but it's already down. It's gone.
Wow.
Baron is gone, and the rest of the team now has to scatter. St. Clair not ready for it, but that's going to be a burn. Down goes the support, but look at the burst back. Gate is still untouched. Gate is firing away on all fronts. One more rocket could do it. Rock Boom has to get out, though. Akashi goes right back in. Gate is taken quite low. They cannot finish him off. Rock Boom's trying their best to kill, but it's not going to happen. It is just too dang tanky. That's going to be a root. Akashi tries to dive back in, but it's the kill. Rockboy tries to flash away. Zap comes out. Triple kill for Gate. They're going to try and change, but it's not. It is the finish. It is Gate with the Quadra, and it is an ace coming out. No, Dora Carey got the ace. Oh, that's so cheap. But it is Mizzou to have two alive as they're going to push this top lane down.
That was amazing. Mizzou managed to get the presence and the proactiveness that we have asked them for in that Baron pit. They melted it down. You know how much Jinx can do. You know how much the Yone can do. And they managed to get that one going. You still have one player standing. The Boschetti has respawned, but it's going to be most of the space taken down. The Jinx is going to melt through this inhibitor as well. And with the Baron minions, they are going to defend easy peasy that mid lane in that base. And Orbital, I have to pinpoint the one flash that Gate 7 also had to escape. I think it was a cocoon from Maddie. It was so well timed, amazingly done. We're gonna see St. Clair rotating for this Drake, which is so point for them, so we'll see if Mizzou can contest it.
Yeah, and keep eyes on Akashi, though. Last time the TP came in, it was a little bit rough. They're gonna call the TP in early. And because of this, Mizzou are going to be the first ones to once again pause it. This fight on the Dragon. And St. Clair are not going to be allowed to fight for it. They are going to yield to the Mizzou squad. And it's now 3 Dragons to 3. Oh my gosh.
I'm beaming, Orbital. I'm absolutely beaming. This is insane. They got the presence here for Drake as well. They guarantee the soul point, deny the soul for St. Clair. They have the buffed up minions. They have so much here to split out the lanes. They have them pushed down mid, bottom, no inhibitor top, no inhibitor mid. And with that, they have so much on that table to be able to take down this game.
It's do or die right now, Mizzou. They're the ones in control. They're the ones pressuring into the base. There's a single chance they might have pushed off Arrogant. Arrogant's now under the tower, but look at the stun again. That will be Akashi trying to find out. It's under the tower. Remember what happened last time. They're going to try and break it out. Maddie goes up in the air, and they're burning. Akashi in the back line. Akashi might get the assassination, but Gate is still alive again. Gate is firing away. Free fire all over the place, and they only get the GAs. Both teams lose their top laners, but the HP bars are bleeding on the side of St. Clair.
They are bleeding, and I still cannot believe that Gate 7 maintained themselves so high on HP. Look at that. They really want to go on the Tristana very close. If they have the Super Mega Death Rocket, they would be able to finish it off. Prodigium so close to dead, but they're still pushing so hard. Orbital. It's about St. Clair trying to defend it now.
Why are they so close? Everything feels on a nice edge. Inhibitors are all down. And this is Mizzou saying they don't need to force this. They have gotten what they wanted, but they cannot die now. We are now reaching 40 minutes, one of the longest games here tonight. And it's looking oh so spicy. Mizzou have now thoroughly routed St. Clair in an effort to almost take the base. They now force St. Clair into perfect defensive formation.
It's an open base. The walls have been taken down. No turrets, no defenses. You have mid lane, you have bottom lane, you have top lane. The buffed up super minions are gonna make it a struggle for St. Clair to try to push anything, because if they just leave the Gragas alone, he's not gonna be able to hold it off. I really wanted to see how much is the health on that Nexus turret, but still, Mizzou, look at that positioning now. They're going for the finish blow.
They're going to give it their best shot. Again, this is do or die for Mizzou. St. Clair, they have one more, and I feel they've already identified exactly what happened. And honestly, huge props to Gate. They've done what they can so far. And it's been a challenge. In goes the top side. They're maintaining a certain level of respectful distance, but this is going to be the chance. Rock Boom and Squad still level 17. You can take a look. Everyone is starting to hit those breakpoints. Look at all the shred, though. Prodigy, I'm realizing this is actually a little bit dangerous. Yes, you have the Radiant up above, but that's another Cocoon. Look at that. A good catch on the Glacial Prison. But it's not going to be enough. The chip damage actually coming out from the rest of St. Clair. They're playing this one extremely well. And Dorakiri has to leave. Tower does fall on the back side. It's dangerous. It's very, very tempting to rush away. But Mizzou fall back once again.
That's what I mean, Orbital. St. Clair, even though they want to push, even though they want to go for the kills, they can't really overextend with just that little push. Mizzou was like, we can stall. It's fine. The minions will take it. They're called winions sometimes. And this was definitely one of those occasions. St. Clair got something out of Mizzou. Just a little bit of HP down. No kills. And they lost a Nexus turret in the process. We're going to see how this is going to go. 10 seconds for the next Baron.
All eyes on these fights. This Baron, as well as Dragon, could seal the deal and tell us if we're going the distance. If not, it's spice all around. Everyone here corralled in one place. It all comes down to this, quite possibly. Baron now started up. Remember, Baron does shred a little bit of resistance. That's another Cocoon, and Prodigium has to eat up this damage, has to be a tank, but Baron does minimal damage. Dora carry in the back line down to about 50% HP. And look at the wave. The waves are pressuring in a little bit of awkward position. Remember, bot side is the only one. Rick and Fleur getting in front. That's now a stun. They're not going to jump in. Oh, Arrogant! Arrogant take it quite low, but look at the back line. Dora carry is outputs to shut it out. They have to get back to safety, and this might be big. That's going to be Ethos down. That's going to be the front line annihilated for the side of Mizzou, and this might be the chance. St. Clair have found Gate. Gate might be dead. GA is done for. Are you freaking kidding me? Dignitas came back, and St. Clair wiped Mizzou.
They are not freaking kidding you, Orbital. This is St. Clair showing why they are the first seed after a such competitive match against Mizzou. Now on basically equal gold all throughout. The same kills, the same number of Drakes taken, but it's gonna be the number of Nexus taken that actually matters in this game. And Summoner's Rift has been conquered by St. Clair.
You know what? We were ready to talk about it. The fact that the entire bracket, we have eyes on the bracket. We had the other two quarterfinals matches running alongside these matches, so we knew at least the update. We knew what was going to happen. And to give you a little bit of an update, we now have Maryville University Red in that lower bracket facing off against Florida Southern College, the second and third seed. Yes, understandable. That was 2-0 from both teams. Same thing with Cleary Cougars League of Legends squad. They, coming in as the 4th seed, took down TMU Bold in a 2-0 set. So, coming into this, we expected the high seeds to come out. The fact that it got that close, the fact that Mizzou Esports fought that hard to 40 minutes in a game, that is ridiculous. A David and Goliath moment.
And they almost done it. They almost done it to take us to game 3. Mizzou was so close. They were literally, every single time we'd be like, oh, this is the last fight? Last fight? No, this is the last fight. This is the one that takes them. But then St. Clair knew how to defend it. As we pointed out about them all throughout the series, they are so strategic. They know how to move around the map. They know how to coordinate their efforts. And they did that so well in the end because the pressure was absolutely immense. Mizzou would not stop getting the aggression on them, whether it was stealing out the Soul, stealing out Barons, getting one Nexus turret. They took down the whole base, super minions, and a Nexus turret. Excuse me, madness.
Alrighty, well, with that, I think we might be going to a break just to catch our breath and get ready for an interview. No, we have it. Yes, we have Ricky LaFleur. Let's go.
Hello.
Let's go for St. Clair College. It's going well. How are you doing? I mean, listen, you came in as the first seed, and I got to ask you, were you expecting that level of a game 2 to come out?
To be honest, no. I was not expecting that. Fair play to Mizzou, man. We were not ready for that. But I think we did a really good job adjusting.
You really did. No, of course. You really did. That was amazing because, as you said, when you don't expect something, the adaptability that you have to go on the fly, it really makes a difference. And you guys really pulled it off in the end. Gosh, that was amazing. You want to tell us a little bit about, I really like knowing this. So how was the communication throughout the second match? Because the first one, it was like easy peasy lemon squeezy. This one, tell me about it.
I mean, there was highs, there was lows. I'd say towards the end of the game, we got it all together and we were able to pull off a really good fight. Through the mid game, there was some questionable calls, and every team makes a mistake every once in a while, but we always look to bounce back off our mistakes, right? So I think we did a really good job of that.
Of course, and I mean, you had one of, if not the most important job, I think, right in there at the last moment, making sure to try and detach, spread out the entire team fight. It was identified, I think, fairly early on after about, I want to say 15, 20 minutes when the team fight started to roll in. Hey, they're starting to group up. Hey, we have to look for these moments. What was it like finally hunting down Gate at the very end? It was that moment. I got to ask you, what was that feeling after finally getting Gate after all those times trying?
It was like the breath of fresh air, you try so many times and you don't get to them, but then you win the one fight and you just end the game. It was like a weight lifted off our shoulders,
Oh, definitely. Not having to fight in a game 3. Like, imagine having another one, even if it was 20 minutes, but maybe it could have been taken to a 30-minute, 40-minute, as we saw in this game too. So that would have been absolutely madness. One thing that I want to say, not really a question or anything, but it's very happy to me to be interviewing you today, because in my first caster reel, I put in my reel one play that I casted of you, and it's very nice to have you here.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. If you don't mind me asking, what play?
Oh god, I don't really remember. I think I was casting with Esports U, so it might have been another conference that you guys were playing. I think it was a TP you had going in the bottom lane, and then it just went out so well. I think it was something like that. Yeah, we can talk later. We can chat about it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so before we send you off, though, before things get crazy, because you guys just won, you guys will be playing on Thursday as well, and that'll be up against the number 4 seed Cleary Cougars lull there. I want to ask you, though, because we had Maryville on earlier. We had a little bit of an interview to talk with them and see what's going on here. They said they're quite excited and they feel like they have a good time moving into those finals. They feel like they've already, taken a couple steps forward. I know that you play them in the C-Lull brackets as well. There are so many other leagues that you do play against them. If you do meet in the finals, how do you feel that's going to go? Are you excited? Are you a little bit worried? What are the possible thoughts there as well, as kind of a closing statement?
Well, I mean, I've always had my eyes set on revenge, right? We played them in NACE finals last year. We put up a good fight in game 1. We didn't do so hot in the game 2, but now we're coming back with a different roster, an improved roster. I know they have a new mid laner, but I think we're going to be able to put on a very good series against Maryville.
All right, well, thank you very much. So, final little shout-outs that you would like to give after moving on to the semifinals, after winning a very hard game 2. Anyone you want to shout out, anyone within your organization or team or anything like that?
I always shout out my team. Boys are always performing. I would always shout out my mother. She put me in this world. I owe everything to her. I would also want to shout out our coach for doing his best to make us a better team, because I feel like without him, our team lacked a lot of direction. And although some of his practices maybe I don't agree with, I think overall having him as a part of our team has been very beneficial. So I would like to give a thanks to him. And that's about it.
Alrighty, well, that's awesome. Yeah, awesome to hear. Thank you so much again, Ricky Leffler. Congratulations on the victory, and we will see you, I believe, just on Thursday. I think that's actually where we're going to see you next. So again, congratulations on the victory. You guys have a fantastic night.
Thank you. Yourself as well.
And with that, we're about to close things out, but I do want to posit a question to you, Shen, because we now have seen the teams play in at least the first and second seed, and we could not see a more drastic difference between playstyle, between understanding of the game, and mentalities behind it. So, identifying the strengths here, if these two were to play maybe in the near future, I want to ask you, which one do you think will enjoy the matchup a little bit more? Are we going to see the likes of Maryville feel a little bit more confident going into the match, or do we see St. Clair Saints be able to give a very good run like they said they wanted to?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that in the potential St. Clair versus Maryville in the grand finals for Naystar League, I think that the one thing about St. Clair that you pointed out, Orbital, which I concur 100%, is their ability of reading the game, the macro. Ricky said there that the importance of that coach has been amazing. So that really is something that shows on how they play. Because even when things get a little spicy, you mentioned it all throughout, it's getting spicy. Even when it did, you have a team that keeps their mind in check. On the other hand, you have Maryville, which is so aggressive. They can get things going from the get-go. They can choke any sort of possibility and life out of you in the very early stages. So I think that in regards to this matchup, it would have to be something maybe even drawn on the draft, or something that goes down to the early stages, because if Maryville can't get that early advantage, I feel like St. Clair would have the upper hand with how mature they can be. So we could go something like that.
All right, so much to think about. Thank you so much, Soph-chan. But of course, we were talking about them, but the potential finals. But they both teams have to get through a couple teams first. The semifinals will be starting off on Thursday. We have more NACE action as well on Wednesday, I believe. There's going to be so much action all the way through. Make sure to tune in on Thursday, though, for the continuation of the NACE Star League playoffs, as St. Clair Saints will take on the Cleary Cougars, as well as Maryville taking on Florida Southern College, to see even if we do get the first and second seed in the finals. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Thank you so much for everything that enjoying everything that we do here. My name is Orbital. With me is Soph-chan, and we bid you all good night.